Chapter 121. On the 8th day after Immerse left, Shizun received his first letter. The handwriting on the flower washing paper was crooked. Shizun tried to straighten it, but it was to no avail. "Uncle, don't worry. I am at the flowering crossing today. Everything is fine. There were evil spirits here a few days ago, but fortunately there were no casualties. I have already dealt with the water spirits. Now the crossing is very peaceful." I took 500 silver notes from the boatman and attached it with the letter. "Greetings to Auntie and Master." On the 120th day, the 22nd letter. "Uncle, don't worry. Due to a coincidence, I recently obtained a top-grade spirit stone. If it is embedded in Shuemeng's launching scimitar, it will become a peerless weapon. Although it cannot be mentioned in the same breath as Shunwu, it is still very rare. Greetings to Auntie and Master." On the 130th day, the 24th letter. "Uncle, don't worry. I have been cultivating in the Snow Valley. The Snow Valley is cold all day long and produces strange flowers and plants. Among them, the frost snow lotus is the rarest. Unfortunately, there is a 1,000-year ape demon guarding the flower field. When I first came here, my spiritual power was low and my martial arts were not deep enough, so I could not pick it. But these days, I have improved greatly and was able to break through its defenses. I picked a dozen and sent them back with the letter. Greetings to Auntie and Master." Along with the letter, there were often some playthings, spiritual herbs, wood, and stones. Other than letters to Shizun, Immerse would also write to Shermay in private. The content was mostly about his travels and trivial matters such as warmth and clothing. The ink pen stained the paper. At the beginning, there were still mistakes. Later on, although the words were not very beautiful, the horizontal and vertical lines gradually became more and more neat, and the mistakes became fewer and fewer. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. One day, Shizun was drinking the newly served spring tea when he received another letter from Immerse. He read it with a smile and handed the letter to Madame Wang. Madame Wang looked at it and smiled. "This child's handwriting is getting more and more beautiful. It looks like someone's? Whose?" Shizun blew on the tea leaves and found a book called Notes on Ancient Barriers from the books on the table. "Look at Yu Hong. Isn't it 70% similar?" Madame Wang flipped through the book and said in surprise, "It really does look like it." When he first came to the peak of life and death, he took Yu Hong as his master. Yu Hong told him to read a book first, but he did not know many big words. Later on, Yu Hong taught him for many days, starting from his own name to the simple ones, and then to the difficult ones. Shizun shook his head. Back then, he didn't learn it in detail, so he just dealt with it as if he was drawing talismans. Now, he seems to be doing it. Madame Wang smiled and said, "He should leave the mountain and walk around more. I see that he has become much calmer when he's outside." Shizun also smiled and said, "I wonder what he will become after traveling for 5 years. How old would he have been then? 22? 22. Sigh. Shizun sighed and seemed to sigh ruefully. "I originally thought that Yu Hong would take them until they were 20. Man proposes, God disposes. Man proposes, God disposes." Immerse also thought so. He had traveled all over the world, from the drizzling lands of Jiangnan to the northern Great Shangguan. In the summer, he had drunk a mouthful of Vietnamese wine by sitting in the river of wine. In the winter, he had listened to a Chong flute by a fire pond. In his previous life, after he became the emperor, the whole world belonged to him. But he had never traveled the 10,000 rivers and thousands of mountains to see the lights of the fishing boats in the east, or the rivers in the west. He had never carefully looked at the dark feet of the porters carrying the poles on the flagstones. Their skin and flesh were cracked, and the soles of their feet were as hard as iron. He had never heard the babysitter of the pear garden in the reed pond, her delicate voice reaching the clouds and cracking silk. So it turns out that all the beautiful flowers that have bloomed all over the place have been turned into ruins. He was no longer the Emperor Ta, and he would never be the Emperor Ta again in this life. He was Big Brother. This was the crisp voice of the children in the streets. "Big Brother, can you help me save this little bird? Its wings are broken. I don't know what to do. Little immortal." This was the raspy voice of the old village chief of Stone Mortar Village. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, our village would be full of lonely old and weak people. When that evil spirit wreaked havoc, we could only leave our homes. Immortal's great kindness, this old man will never forget it. Kind-hearted person, this was the voice of a child beggar they met on the road. Kind-hearted person, my mother and I haven't had a full meal for many days. Please do us a favor and show mercy. Immerse closed his eyes, and then opened them again, because someone called him. Grandmaster Immerse, he was somewhat hurt by this name. He raised his head to look at the dark man who called him that. He said helplessly, I'm not a grandmaster. My master is. Please don't call me that again. The man scratched his head honestly. I'm sorry. Everyone in the village calls you that. I know you don't like it, but I can't change it. Immerse had been staying in a village near the border of the lower cultivation world. A few miles away from the village was a towering snowy mountain. Snow ghosts often came down the mountain to cause trouble. Those were small demons with low spiritual power. The god of night Mecha left behind by his master was enough to deal with them. Unfortunately, this small village was too remote, and the god of night was not useful here. He had no choice but to try and make it according to the blueprint left behind by his master. After many failures, he finally made the first one. The god of night he made was not as beautiful as his master's, nor was it as flexible as his master's. However, the wooden figure creaked, so it could be used. This novel toy made the villagers of this remote village very happy. They kept calling Immerse Grandmaster Immerse, making him feel very awkward. But the more awkward part was yet to come. It was evening, and half of the sky was dyed red by the setting sun. He came back from the Mount Tai Academy and was walking on the bustling path of the apricot forest. Suddenly, someone shouted, Grandmaster Chu. Hearing this name, Immerse didn't even have time to think. He immediately turned around, and then he found himself very funny. There were so many sorcerers with the surname Chu in the world, but he just listened to the wind and thought that his master had woken up early. How could it be? He shook his head with a smile. When he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard another shout, Grandmaster Chu? Immerse held a stack of books and narrowed his eyes to look in the crowd. Suddenly, he saw someone waving at him. Unfortunately, it was too far away for him to see the person's face clearly. He could only roughly see the person's clothes and figure. It was a young man in a blue Taoist robe, carrying a bow and a wolf dog beside him. The person quickly approached, but when Immerse and he could see each other's facial features clearly, both of them were stunned. You are Immerse. He reacted before the other person. Holding a stack of books, it was inconvenient for him to carry his luggage, so he simply nodded. His eyes curiously paused for a moment on the young man's face. I didn't expect to meet young Master Nangong here. What a coincidence. The person who called him Grandmaster Chu was Confucian Wind Sect's legitimate son, Nangong Si. Because this guy died early, Immerse had never seen him face to face in his previous life. But Chu Wanning was different. Chu Wanning was once a guest of Confucian Wind Sect, so Nangong Si must be familiar with him. Immerse looked him up and down. His eyes paused for a moment on the quiver in Nangong Si's hand. It was a very old cloth quiver, embroidered with camellia flowers. Because too much time had passed, the flower pattern had faded, and the bright petals were slightly yellow. It was like the fragrance embroidered on cloth could not last long, and would eventually wither one day. Nangong Si's whole body was bright and beautiful, but this quiver was very worn out. It was so worn that one could clearly see the traces of stitching. Immerse knew that this quiver was a precious thing to him, but in this world, who didn't have 2 or 3 treasures that they cherished? No matter how glorious a person was, there would still be a memory that would accompany them for a long time. No one was as simple and heartless as they looked. Nangong Si frowned. Immerse, I remember. Grandmaster Chu's disciple?
Yes.
Since it was like this, Nangong Si's attitude became slightly better. He said, I'm sorry, just now I was too far away. Looking at your appearance, I thought it was Grandmaster Chu who came out early, but I didn't know. Immerse moved his gaze away from the quiver. He did not tactfully ask, but calmly replied, just now when I heard you shout like that, I also thought it was Shizun who came out early, but I didn't know. Nangongsi laughed. Perhaps it was because of his noble birth, but even when he laughed, there was still a bit of arrogance in his handsome face. Moreover, his arrogance was different from Xueming's. Xueming was arrogant because of his talent, but Nangongsi seemed to have a bit more hostility, a bit of arrogance, and a bit of irritable temper. But he was born very well. This kind of hostility did not make him scary, but instead made him more wild. Mo Ran could not help but think in his heart, Nangongsi, Nangongsi, he really was a free and unrestrained wild horse. He was still lost in thought when he heard Nangongsi say, previously when the ghost world split, Grandmaster Chu unfortunately met with misfortune. I was sad for a long time, but fortunately with the guidance of the great master, I was able to bring Grandmaster Chu back to life. When he wakes up, I will definitely pay a visit to the peak of life and death. Then I will wait for young master's arrival. Nangongsi waved his hand. Suddenly, he saw the book in Mo Ran's hand. He asked curiously, Brother Mo, what are you doing? Reading. Nangongsi originally thought that when he said reading, he would be reading some obscure and profound texts. Unexpectedly, when he looked carefully, he found that they were classics like Wandering Freely and The Book of Rites. At first, he was stunned, but then he said, these are all basic texts. I memorized them when I was young. What's the use of reading these? Mo Ran didn't feel ashamed. His eyes were calm as he said, when I was young, I didn't even know how to write my own name. Cough. Nangongsi was a bit embarrassed. You enrolled in an academy to study? Yes. These days, I happen to be collecting some spirit stones for cultivation on Mount Tai. I saw that Xinglin Academy started a new lecture. I had nothing to do, so I came to listen. Nangongsi nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, he said, it seems that Brother Mo hasn't had dinner yet. Since you're in Confucian Wind Sect's territory and you're Grandmaster Chu's disciple, I naturally have to play host. It just so happens that my companion is waiting for me in a restaurant nearby. How about we have a drink together? Mo Ran thought about it and felt that he had nothing to do anyway, so he said, it would be impolite to decline. Dance floor. It's one of the most famous restaurants in Lini. Have you heard of it? Nangongsi asked while walking. Why haven't I heard of it? Mo Ran laughed. It's one of the best restaurants in the upper cultivation world. Young Master Nangong, you really know how to pick a place. I didn't pick this place. Oh, then why? Nangongsi said, my companion picked it. As someone who had lived a lifetime, Mo Ran was more or less clear about the intricate relationships of Confucian Wind Sect. Although he didn't say anything, he was somewhat surprised in his heart. He thought to himself, Yu Wangshi is also here? However, he followed Nangongsi up the stairs, opened the beaded curtain of the side room, and stepped inside. The person inside almost made him choke. He saw Song Chiotong, dressed in light and simple clothes, sitting gracefully by the window. Outside, the peach blossoms were blooming brightly. When she heard the sound, she turned her head. The golden hair ornament on her temples flickered, making her skin look even more creamy. Her lips were vermilion red. Mo Ran subconsciously retracted half of his foot that had entered. He was thinking, is it too late to tell Nangongsi that I don't like Shandong food, especially 9-turn fat intestines? Chapter 122. Come, Brother Mo, let me introduce you. This is one of my junior sisters, Song Chiotong. In the end, he braced himself and sat down, allowing Nangongsi to excitedly introduce her. Song Chiotong, Song Chiotong. He even knew where the mole was on her back and where the birthmark was on her leg, so there was no need for Nangongsi to say more. However, his face was still tense, and he restrained himself by nodding. Miss Song, this is Grandmaster Chu's direct disciple, Mo Weiyu, the pinnacle of life and death. You should have seen him before in colorful Butterfly Town, but there were too many people at that time, so you probably don't remember clearly. Song Chiotong smiled gently, stood up and curtsied. My daughter, Chiotong, greets immortal monarch Mo. Mo Ran did not stand up, and his deep eyes looked at her for a long time. Then he said, you're too polite. Mo Ran was actually disgusted by this first wife of his previous life. This disgust was not just after reincarnation, but had been deeply ingrained in his bones in his previous life and could not be erased. The previous few times they met, he did not directly meet her face to face, so although he felt disgusted, it was not as unpleasant as today. She was a gentle and weak woman and always spoke softly when doing things. She was like a green fruit that grew on a tree in early autumn, hidden behind the lush leaves. Her smell was not as fragrant as flowers, and her color was not threatening, but she was very lovable. Her slender and full body was filled with endless youth and gentleness, as if one could taste the sweet and sour taste of the juice with just a light bite. Only when one nibbled deep would one discover a rotten and smelly worm lying inside, dead in the core of the fruit. The worm's body was oozing pus, and it was covered in mold. Indeed, compared to him, Song Chiotong did not seem to have done anything heinous in her previous life. It was nothing more than betraying the Confucian Wind sect that saved her life. When Imo Ran massacred everyone in the city, they sacrificed Yuangshi to protect themselves. It was nothing more than the fact that when Lini was filled with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, she was overjoyed because she was rewarded by Imo Ran. She wore gold and silver, dressed herself gorgeously, and carefully served her new master. After the massacre was over, to express her sincerity, she wept in front of Yuangshi's corpse, which would never speak again. She said that Yuangshi treated her badly and never gave her a good day. If Imo Ran had not come, she was afraid that she would have to be his slave for the rest of her life. What else? Imo Ran thought silently. What else? Nangongsi was an impatient person. There were a few dishes that were not served yet, so he rushed the dishes. Thus, only the husband and wife from her previous life were left in the room. Young Master Imo, let me toast you. She gracefully poured him a cup of wine. Half of her forearm poked out of the sleeves, and there was a bit of bright red cinnabar on her wrist. Unexpectedly, Imo Ran raised his hand and grabbed her wrist. She softly cried out and raised her eyes to look at him in panic. Her gaze was tender like a spring onion. Young Master Imo, you are? Imo Ran stared at her face for a while. Then, his gaze fell and stopped on her slender hand. You really have a good pair of hands. After a long time, he softly said with a grave expression, Miss Song, do you know how to play Go? Eh? A little. Such a good pair of hands. You should be able to play a good game of Go, he coldly said. From outside came the sound of Nangongsi's footsteps and his domesticated wolf dog barking at the door. Excuse me. Imo Ran let go of Song Chiotong's slender wrist. Then, he took a handkerchief and carefully wiped his fingers. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Here, the spring night pavilion was having a banquet. Imo Ran's expression was as usual, as if nothing had happened. Although Song Chiotong was despised for no reason, she had always been able to endure. During the banquet, she even stood up and poured Imo Ran a cup of wine. He did not drink the wine she poured for him, so he never touched the cup again. Nangongsi said, Brother Imo, the Spiritual Mountain Conference is coming soon. You are Grandmaster Chu's disciple. You can't let him lose face. Are you ready? I'm not going. You're not serious, are you? I'm serious. Imo Ran smiled. It's enough for my cousin to go. All the sects in the world are rushing to Spiritual Mountain. I'm afraid of the bustle, so I don't want to go. Nangongsi did not seem to believe him. He narrowed his brown eyes, his expression like a hawk. But Imo Ran's eyes were open, looking at him without reservation. The hawk stared at the rock for a while and found that the rock was really just a rock. There was no hidden rabbit or snake. He leaned back in his chair, twirling his chopsticks, and suddenly grinned. Interesting. Then I won't be able to see you at the Spiritual Mountain Conference? You won't be able to see me. Nangongsi put his hand to his forehead and sneered. Grandmaster Chu's disciple is amazing. It's rare for him to not participate in such a grand event. Imo Ran thought to himself, this is really hard to say. How can I explain it? Could it be that he told Nangongsi that it wasn't like that? He was an old ghost in his 30s. If he let the celestial treading monarch play with a group of inexperienced children and sat in a circle on the stage, the group of sect masters who were either killed or beaten by him in his previous life still had to raise a small sign for him and give him small points. That's ridiculous. He coughed and said, It's not that I don't want to participate. It's just that I'm not good at orthodox techniques. If I go, I'm afraid I'll embarrass my master. Young Master Nangong is so good. You have the ability to be conceited. Don't mock me. If Shui Ming, an innocent and naive little bird, heard these words, she would probably be very happy, thinking that Imo Ran had found the right feather. However, Nangong Si was born in the Confucian Wind sect, which was a complex and complicated place, and had lost his mother since he was young. His life was not that simple, so when he heard Imo Ran's compliment, he just smiled and did not become complacent. He gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Then he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said, Since young Master Imo is not participating, a bystander can see more clearly. Why don't you guess who will be the champion of this conference? Imo Ran thought. King asked the right person. Who knew better than him who would be the champion? Apart from that fake North Star who was most likely reborn, Imo Weiyu was the only one in the world who knew the result of the Spiritual Mountain Sword Conference all those years ago. The winner was Nangong Si. Suddenly, the beaded curtain of the private room was pulled aside. A face shrouded in shadows appeared in the flickering light. Before the two men in the room could react, Chiotong suddenly stood up as if he had been pricked by a needle. His face was full of pity and fear. He lowered his head and said apologetically, Young Master Yi. The newcomer was tall and straight, wearing black clothes embroidered with dark gold. He wore a gauntlet, and his waist was extremely thin. His features were 3 parts elegant and 7 parts handsome. Who else could it be but Yi Wangshi? I didn't call you. Yi Wangshi didn't even look at her. He pushed aside the beaded curtain and walked into the room. His gaze was fixed on the same person. He seemed very cold, but there was a different kind of light in his eyes. Nangong Si, I was calling you. If you can hear me, raise your head. Nangong Si didn't raise his head. Instead, he said to Chiotong, Why are you standing up? Sit down. No, young Master Nangong. My seniority is low. I'll just stand. Nangong Si suddenly became furious and shouted, Sit down. Song Chiotong shivered. He held the edge of the table and hesitated. Yi Wangshi didn't want to be in such a deadlock. He said coldly, Listen to him. Thank you, young Master Yi. Yi Wangshi ignored Chiotong and said, Nangong Si, when are you going to stop? The sect leader is going crazy. Get up and come back with me. That's for the best. I'll treat him as crazy, and he'll treat me as dead. There's nothing to talk about when we go back. Before he retracts his order, I won't take half a step back into the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Si paused after each word. Young Master Yi, please go back. Yi Wangshi clenched his fists. His entire body was trembling. Imo Ran watched from the side. He felt that at any moment, he would flip the table and grab Nangong Si and drag him away. But in the end, Yi Wangshi was a gentleman. He forcibly suppressed his monstrous anger. Nangong Si. He was silent for a moment. Then, he opened his mouth. His voice was hoarse, and he looked tired. Do you really want to go to this extent? So what if I do? Yi Wangshi closed his eyes. He sighed slightly, then slowly opened them. He stood in front of the table. At this time, he finally turned his head to look at Imo Ran. It was said that dirty linen should not be aired in public. Naturally, he did not want others to know about the matters of the sect. Imo Ran tactfully stood up. He bowed to Yi Wangshi and said, I just remembered that I still have an appointment to go to the ready-made clothing store tonight. If I'm late, I'll make the shopkeeper wait for a long time. I'll take my leave first. Yi Wangshi nodded to him. Many thanks, young Master Imo. No need to thank me. You two have a good chat. Imo Ran walked past Yi Wangshi. When they brushed shoulders, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him. When he got closer, he discovered that although Yi Wangshi was still as tall and straight as a pine tree, and his temperament was steady and deep, the corners of his eyes were slightly red. It seemed that before he came, he had just cried. Imo Ran suddenly felt that Yi Wangshi's forbearance was somewhat similar to Chu Wanning's. In a moment, his blood boiled. He could not help but turn to Nangong Si and say, Young Master Nangong, although I don't know what dispute you have with young Master Yi, I feel that he treats you very well. If you're willing, you should have a good chat with him. Don't keep things to yourself." Nangong Si did not appreciate his kindness. He was in a fit of anger. He did not care about their relationship and coldly said, "It's none of your business." This short-lived ghost. Imo ran left. Before he reached the ground floor, he heard Nangong Si's angry shouts from the side room. That wolf-like youth was using his sharp teeth to tear apart Yu Wangshi's spirit. He was questioning him. "Yu Wangshi, what kind of bewitching potion did you feed my father? You made him view you as more important than me. Go back? Why would I go back with you? Since I was young, when have I ever been able to make my own decisions? Yu Wangshi, let me ask you, what exactly do you take me for?" With a clang, the table fell over. Bowls, plates, and cups fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The maids standing in the aisle were all frightened. There were even guests who poked their heads out from their rooms. What happened? Io, who has such a bad temper? Look at this situation. Don't smash the restaurant. Imo Ran pursed his lips and turned to look at the end of the aisle. He heard Yu Wangshi's voice. It was as dry and haggard as an autumn leaf, lifeless. "Nangong, if I made you unhappy at home, then I will leave. I will never appear in front of you again. Go back." Yu Wangshi said, "I beg you." If he had not heard it with his own ears, Imo Ran would never have believed that someone as upright as Yu Wangshi would say such a weak word like beg. In his impression, Yu Wangshi was a gentleman who was unmoved by the 8 winds. He was an invincible god of war. Imo Ran could imagine him bleeding, but could not imagine him crying. He could imagine him dying, but could not imagine him kneeling. But today, in front of Song Chiotong, he actually said to a man, "I beg you." Imo Ran closed his eyes. In a person's lifetime, how many things were unknown? No one was openly displayed in front of others. People used clothes to hide their bodies, words and expressions to hide their emotions. People wrapped themselves up in layers, their necks propping up their heads like flower branches. Everyone gave the world a face with clear distinction between joy and anger. Those who sang in green sang in green sang in green. Those who sang in small sang in small sang in small. The world was like a play, the bright and the ugly. The line of work was clear. After singing for a long time, who could accept the rolling of the sleeves, the twinkling of the phoenix eyes, and the singing of the bright? But when the cymbals stopped playing, the moon zither died out, and the night was quiet. Everyone washed off the heavy oil paint, and the greasy water took away the sharp edges and corners of their faces in the daytime, revealing unfamiliar facial features. It turned out that the bright stars were heroic men, and the martial artists had a pair of gentle and affectionate eyes. Imo Ran returned to the small house he was temporarily staying in. He was thinking, he had lived 2 lifetimes. How much did he see through all living things? How much did he see through himself? One Chu Wanning was enough to make his heart die, and come back to life. Chu Wanning. Then he remembered that today Nangong Si actually mistook him for Chu Wanning. It was a little funny. How could it be wrong? But when he was washing up, he suddenly found that the person in the bronze mirror had a high ponytail, wearing a simple white warlock robe. The ponytail was casually tied in the morning. The warlock robe was because a few days ago, his old clothes were a little too small. He went to the shop to pick out some clothes. After looking around, he found a very beautiful white robe. He didn't think too much about it, didn't think about why he thought the robe was beautiful, and just bought it and put it on. Looking at the mirror, he suddenly understood. So this white robe was very similar to the one Chu Wanning once wore. The bronze mirror was dim yellow. The past life was like a dream. Imo Ran looked at the person in the mirror, as if through this dreamlike heavy color, he saw the fragments of Chu Wanning. He saw his illusion. The water to wash his face hadn't dried, dripping down along the lines of his gradually hardening chin. He stood in front of the mirror, more or less understanding. Just like how his god of night clumsily imitated Chu Wanning's god of night, he himself was also clumsily imitating his own Shizun. Imo Ran subconsciously searched for Chu Wanning's figure in the world of mortals. Unable to find him, he actually slowly became him. Time flies. Because of regret, or something else. I couldn't see you. So I thought about what you would do if you encountered such a situation. What you see, you smile. What you see, you get angry. Before I do everything, I think of you. When I do everything, I want you to be happy. I thought, if you were here and I did this, would you nod? Would you be willing to praise me a little and say that I didn't do anything wrong? I thought this every day, buried in my bones, and it became a habit. So in the end, even I didn't realize it. So as time flies, I've already become the image of you in my heart. Chapter 123. Taoist Priest Zhao, Taoist Priestly, did you see the announcement? The dark horse that appeared at this year's Spiritual Mountain Conference is truly amazing. In the Pearl Beach Tea House, several rogue cultivators were holding a plate of peanuts and a pot of hot tea. They were discussing the news of Jianghu that was even hotter than the hot tea. Of course I saw it long ago. The winter is actually the peak of life and death. The lower cultivation world sects have angered the upper cultivation world's old remnants to death, especially the Confucian Wind sect. I'm afraid their ancestors' coffins won't be able to hold on for long. The winner is called Shui Fenghuang, right? Ah, ha 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 ha, Shui Fenghuang? Old Zhao, you're making me laugh to death. Fenghuang is his nickname. His surname is Shui, his name is Ming, and his courtesy name is Ziming. His father is Shui Zhengao. Like father, like son. This Shui Ziming is very skilled. A tall man wearing a cloak was sitting next to the fire pit. He was drinking tea, minding his own business. When he heard what they said, the man suddenly muttered, The teacup stopped in front of his lips and didn't move again. Everyone says he's a phoenix's fledgling. This isn't a lie. The other young masters all have divine martial skills, but he's good. He cut off his opponent's path of retreat with a single scimitar. He's truly a god. Then why don't you see whose disciple he is? Could Wanya Yuheng's disciple be a vegetarian? But I think Shui Ziming won by a narrow margin. Didn't you hear? Shui Ziming and Nangong Si were evenly matched. If it weren't for that little girl Nangong Si brought along dragging them down, I think the outcome of the battle would have been uncertain. When the man who had been listening attentively heard this, he finally put down the teacup he was about to drink. He turned his head around. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, as deep as the autumn water and frost, and he had an extremely good appearance. He smiled at the cultivators and said, "Fellow cultivators, I'm sorry to disturb you. I was cultivating on the mountain a few days ago and didn't know the time of day and night, so I missed the Spiritual Mountain Conference. I accidentally heard you say that Shui Ming won first place. I'm a bit curious. Could I ask you a few questions?" Those people couldn't wait to have an audience. They enthusiastically greeted Mo Ran and gave him a seat so that he could sit with them. Mo Ran did not lose his manners. He was much more mature than when he had just left the mountain. He Zhanghuang gave him 6 pots. First was, and heeb of. However, I just heard that during the 2-on-1 battle, Nangong Si of the Confucian Wind sect brought a girl with him? Isn't that right? It's really a beauty burying a hero's ambition. Otherwise, with Nangong Si's magic, it's not certain that Shui Ziming would have the upper hand. That's quite interesting. The result was different from his previous life. In the Spiritual Mountain Conference, Yu Wangxi and Nangong Si were neck and neck. Mo Ran originally thought that it was Chu Wanning's death that stimulated Shui Ming, but now it seemed that Shui Ming wasn't the only variable. What's the identity of that girl? That girl's surname is Song. Her name is Tong. I don't remember. Anyway, she's very pretty. I think that scholarly Wind sect's young master's heart has been completely captured by her. She's not just pretty, she's a national beauty. If I were Nangong Si, I'd rather not be first in the Spiritual Mountain Conference. I'd make the beauty happy. Mo Ran, sure enough, it was like that. The Spiritual Mountain Conference was divided into single combat, double combat, and group elimination. Only by neutralizing the 3 rankings would the final winner be decided. In his previous life, Shui Ming and Shi Mei formed a double combat team against Nangong Si and Yu Wangxi. And Yu Wangxi later became the most powerful person in the world besides Chu Wanning. The result of this competition was obvious. But in this life, he didn't know what went wrong. Nangong Si didn't cooperate with Yu Wangxi, but instead brought along that woman, Chiotong, to drag him down. Mo Ran put down his teacup and raised his hand to rub his temples. He really didn't know what that guy was thinking. Women, women. Even that wild horse, Nangong Si, was still subdued. Someone sighed, and the others laughed. Mo Ran couldn't help but ask, "What about Yi Wangshi?" "What?" Mo Ran said. "Yi Wangshi?" Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Mo Ran faintly felt a bit uncomfortable. That was the god of war who made him suffer so much in his previous life. How could you not know? So he gestured and said, "The other young master of the Confucian Wind sect. He has very long legs, is tall, has a good temper, doesn't like to talk, uses a sword and—" Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Mo Ran sighed. He already vaguely knew the result, but he still finished the last few words. "And a bow. I don't know. This person isn't famous." "Brother, where did you hear that from?" In the Spiritual Mountain Conference, the Confucian Wind sect sent out 16 disciples to fight, but none of them had the surname Yi. Sure enough, in this life, Yi Wangshi didn't participate. Mo Ran was silent for a moment. He thought about how Yi Wangshi said to Nangong Si in the restaurant, "Come back, I'm leaving." He suddenly couldn't bear it and felt a bit uneasy. This couldn't be true, right? Could it be that Yi Wangshi really left the Confucian Wind sect? Thinking back to his previous life, Yi Wangshi said to the executioner before his death that he wanted to be buried in the Confucian Wind sect's hero's mound, together with Nangong Si's grave. Mo Ran couldn't help but sigh. How could things turn out like this? Little by little, the subtle changes actually spread out into infinite ripples. Then the sky and earth turned upside down. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. It turned out that the changes of fate could be like a surging storm. Boiling blood and bitter tears had to be sacrificed in exchange for the return of the prodigal son, the former enmity completely erased. For example, his relationship with Chu Wanning. But the changes of fate could also be silent. For example, Yi Wangshi's relationship with Nangong Si. Perhaps it was because that day at the inn, Nangong Si took Yi Wangshi and the others into shelter. That night, Nangong Si was thirsty, so he got up and went downstairs to ask for a pot of tea. He just happened to run into the delicate and pitiful Song Chiotong. Perhaps Song Chiotong poured him a cup of water, or perhaps it was because her legs were inconvenient, so she carelessly tripped when she went upstairs. Who knows? Or perhaps it was because he drank recklessly, so some of the water dripped onto his broad chest. She cautiously handed him a handkerchief. At that time, the clouds were light and the wind was light. Perhaps Nangong Si only said a simple thank you. But none of them knew that in reality, the Big Dipper rotated and their lives changed because of a handkerchief, a cup of water, and a thank you. But the people involved didn't hear the loud noise of fate. Nangong Si yawned as he went upstairs. Song Chiotong stood there looking at him. Yi Wangshi lit the candles in his room, reading an unfinished book. In his previous life, Mo Ran didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thought that he was all-knowing and had already understood the cycle of life and death. Only now did he know that they were all duckweeds in the world. One night, the wind blew them away. One night, the rain drifted them away. The people on the shore only needed to throw a stone to shatter the blue spirit. How lucky was he? He drifted far away and was still able to return to Chu Wanning's side. He was still able to show filial piety in front of his Shizun. He was still able to say to Chu Wanning, "I'm sorry, I let you down." After drinking the tea, he bid farewell to everyone. The wind started to pick up outside. Soon, it would rain. Mo Ran put on his cloak and walked into the dense hazel forest. His figure became fainter and fainter. He gradually became as small in the dusk, like an ink stain in an inkstone. Finally, he faded until he couldn't be seen. Rumble. The gloomy sky exploded with a clap of thunder. Purple lightning flashed, and a torrential rain fell like an army of thousands of men and horses. "It's raining." Someone in the tea house poked his head out to take a look. He felt the power of the thunder was shocking, so he retracted his head. What a heavy rain. Really? The grains in the house are so dry that no one picks them. I'm afraid they'll be ruined. Forget it. Forget it. Lady boss, give me another pot of tea. When the weather clears up, I'll go home. Walked quickly in the rain. He ran in the rain. He ran in the rain. He ran in the rain to hide from the ridiculous 32 years of his previous life. He didn't know if this kind of rain could wash away his evil. Chu Wanting forgave him, but he didn't. His thoughts were heavy. He was pressured to the point that he couldn't breathe. He was willing to use the rest of his life to do good deeds to repay his debt. But could the rest of his life really wash away the evil in his bones and the filth in his blood? He hated that he couldn't let this rain fall for 5 years. He only wanted to wait until Chu Wanting woke up and he stood in front of Shizun. He wanted to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit cleaner. He didn't want to be as dirty as he was now. He was dirty like sand, like dust, like the dirt on the soles of a porter's shoes or the dust on a beggar's armor. He only wanted to be a little bit better, before Chu Wanting woke up. This way, the worst disciple in the world might be able to rely on a little bit of courage to call him the best Shizun in the world. That night, Immerse fell ill. His body had always been strong and sturdy. Once this kind of person fell ill, it was often like a landslide, uncontrollable. He lay on the bed, covered with a thick quilt, and fell asleep. At night, he dreamed of his previous life. He dreamed of how he had tortured Chu Wanting in his previous life. He dreamed of Chu Wanting struggling under his body and Chu Wanting dying in his arms. He woke up with a start. It was raining heavily outside. He fumbled for a flint, wanting to light a candle, but no matter how he struck it, the flint wouldn't light up. He threw the flint to the side in despair. He buried his face in his palms and fiercely rubbed it. He painfully pulled at his own hair. His Adam's apple moved, and his throat let out a beastly howl. He escaped death, escaped condemnation, but in the end, he couldn't escape his own heart. He was very afraid. Sometimes, he couldn't distinguish between a dream and reality. Sometimes, he would constantly confirm whether he was awake or asleep. He was in great pain. He felt as if his soul had split into 2 halves. The 2 souls of his previous life and this life were tearing at each other. One was cursing the other for having blood on his hands and for being crazy. The other was not to be outdone. He questioned why the other had the face to live in this world as if nothing had happened. The soul of this life was angrily rebuking the soul of his previous life. Immerse, Emperor Ta, you are not a thing. Why did you commit such a crime? How do you want me to repay you in this life? I want to start all over again. Why do you keep pestering me? In my dreams, when I am drunk, when the lights are dim, every time I am unprepared, you jump out and curse me with a twisted face? You curse me that I will never be reincarnated. You curse me that evil people will have their retribution. You curse me that this is all a dream, that one day it will shatter again. You curse me that one day I will wake up and find myself still lying in the Witch Mountain Palace. You wantonly laughed and said that no one will cherish me in this life. The only person who is willing to die for me is because I killed him. But is that person me? No, not me, it is you, Emperor Ta. It is you, Immerse. I am not like you. I am not like you. I don't have blood on my hands. I can start all over again. The other half of the soul was also screaming. It opened its sharp mouth and its face was twisted. Aren't you sorry? Aren't you wrong? Then why don't you die? Why don't you use your blood to pay tribute to the people you hurt in your previous life? Bastard! Hypocrite! How are you different from me? I am Immerse, aren't you? You carry the sins of your previous life. You carry the memories of your previous life. You will never be able to get rid of me. I am you. I am your nightmare. I am your inner demon. I am the gods and Buddhas who are praying to your disgusting soul. Start all over again? Why? What kind of face do you have? What right do you have to start all over again? You have kept the world in the dark. You have kept the people who love you in the dark. You have done all these good deeds just to erase that little bit of guilt in your heart. Immerse. Do you dare to let them know what kind of person you were in your previous life? Do you dare to let Chu Wanting know that in your previous life, it was you? The knife stabbed into his neck. Let him bleed out. Let him live a life worse than death. It was you. Let the world starve, and let the world be filled with whales. It was you. Ha 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 ha, evil creature. I am you. You are me. You can't escape. I am you. Mo Wei you. Do you dare to say no? Mo Ran was forced to the brink of madness. He went to the bedside to feel for the flint. He tried to light up the candle, to disperse the sinister night. But even the candle did not want him. The candle did not want to save him. He was thrown into the darkness. His trembling hand rubbed the flint again and again, and again and again. Nothing. Nothing. He finally collapsed on the bed and began to cry. He kept apologizing. In the night, his bed seemed to be surrounded by people. Those moving figures were all cursing him, all demanding his life, all telling him that he was evil in his previous life, evil in the next. Mo Ran did not know what to do. He suddenly became very helpless. He could only keep saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But no one paid him any attention. No one would forgive him. His forehead was boiling. His heart was burning. Suddenly, he seemed to hear someone sigh softly. In the midst of demons and monsters, he opened his eyes. He saw that Chu Wanning had come. Chu Wanning was still the same as before, white clothes trailing on the ground, wide-sleeved robes, handsome features like before. He came to him and went to his bed. Mo Ran choked and said, Shizun, am I not worthy to see you again? Chu Wanning did not speak. He only picked up the flint and slowly lit the candle that Mo Ran had never lit before. Wherever Shizun was, there was fire. Wherever Chu Wanning was, there was light. He stood in front of the candle, his long eyelashes drooping. He raised his eyes, quietly looked at Mo Ran, and then smiled, a very faint smile. He said, Sleep, Mo Ran, look, the light is on. Don't be afraid. Mo Ran's heart felt like it had been hit by a blunt object. He felt like his head was about to split open. He felt that these words were very familiar, as if he had heard them before. But he could not remember. Chu Wanning brushed aside his sleeves and sat down on the edge of his bed. The cold rain poured into the night, but the room was warm. The night was gone. Chu Wanning said, I'll stay with you. When he heard these words, his heart was bitter and painful. It was almost twisted into a ball. Shizun, don't go. He pulled on Chu Wanning's hand under his wide sleeve. Okay, if you leave, the sky will be dark. Mo Ran cried. He felt a little embarrassed. He raised his other hand, covering his eyes. I beg you, don't leave me. I beg you. I really don't want to be the emperor anymore. Shizun, don't leave me. Mo Ran, I beg you. Perhaps it was because of the fever that made his head feel a little dizzy. He was particularly fragile. Or perhaps it was because he faintly knew that this was actually a dream. He knew that when he woke up, Chu Wanning would disappear, so he kept muttering, I beg you, don't leave me. That night, outside the window, there were iron horses and ice rivers. Countless resentful spirits knocked on the window, as if they wanted to enter the room to take his life. But in Mo Ran's dream, Chu Wanning lit the lamp, that little bit of weak light dispelling the endless cold. Chu Wanning said, Okay, I won't leave. Won't leave? Won't leave. Mo Ran wanted to open his mouth and thank him, but a whimper came out of his throat. When a dog wants to carefully please, it has a bit of grievance. You all said you wouldn't leave, that you wouldn't leave me behind. When he was about to fall into the dream, Mo Ran half opened his eyes, suddenly muttering in a daze. But in the end, you all didn't want me. No one wants me. I've been an abandoned dog for half my life. Everyone adopted me for a few days, and then abandoned me. I'm so tired. Really. Shizun. I'm really so tired. I can't take it anymore. I can't walk. Just like a homeless stray dog. Its fur was dirty. Its claws were broken. In order to survive, it had to compete with beggars and wild cats for food. After being bullied for a long time, it didn't trust anyone. When it saw someone squatting in front of it, the domestic dog might think that they were going to feed it, but the abandoned dog would only think that they were going to throw stones at it. He walked in a panic, walking in fear and trepidation, grimacing at everyone. This was his fate. Shizun, if one day you don't want me anymore, just kill me. Don't leave me behind. He choked and said softly, The feeling of being abandoned again and again is too uncomfortable. I'd rather die. he was really muddled by the fever. In the end, he didn't know where he was, and he gradually couldn't remember who the person who appeared in the dream was. Mother. Before he fell asleep, he said one last sentence. It's dark. I'm so scared. I want to go home. Chapter 124. Flowers bloomed and withered. Regardless of whether it was dawn or dusk, the barrier outside the Red Lotus Pavilion glowed with light. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't come in. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The human world was like a revolving lantern, changing every day, every night, every month. In the tea house, in the history books, those years eventually became lines of small words and paragraphs of storytelling. Looking back on the past, looking back, in the first year of Chu Wanning's closed-door cultivation, his disciple Immerse Ran went down the mountain. Xueming and Shi Mei stayed at the Life and Death Summit to cultivate on their own. In this year, Immerse Ran's handwriting looked better than before. Xueming broke through the 9th level of Nirvana Blade. Shi Mei went to the Lone One's Night Medicine sect at the end of the year and learned a lot. During this time, Immerse Ran went to Izhou's salt merchant Chong family to visit young Master Chong. However, he found out that young Master Chong had died a few days ago. Immerse Ran found out that young Master Chong was colluding with the fake Gauchen. He wanted to find out more, but the fake Gauchen had already killed him and burned his corpse to ashes. The trail was cut short. In the second year of Chu Wanning's closed-door cultivation, the cultivation world held a Seoul Mountain Conference. Xueming won first place, followed by Mei Hanxue and Nangong Si. Shi Mei practiced medicine in the lower cultivation world, while Immerse Ran went to the north of Jiangnan, eliminating evil and doing good deeds. After that, he returned to the mountains to cultivate. In the third year of Chu Wanning's closed-door cultivation, it was the year of the dead and the yin qi was abundant. During the bloody battle in Colored Butterfly Town, the barrier weakened and demons appeared. Wild ghosts cried at night. Xueming led the Life and Death Summit disciples to suppress them. Although the evil ghosts did not cover the sky, the lower cultivation world was still in a difficult situation. In order to protect themselves, the 9 major sects each sent out 100 disciples to guard the border between the upper and lower cultivators. They built a wall to prevent ghosts and monsters from crossing to the east. Those poor and homeless people were all kept outside the city walls. The city was guarded against ghosts and people for thousands of miles. Therefore, the sea inside the wall was clear, while the land outside the wall was littered with corpses. Shui Jingyong tried to negotiate with the upper cultivation world many times, but to no avail. Back then, at the Rainbow Butterfly Town's Life and Death Summit, the disciples' blood that had been spilled had all gone down the drain. At the end of the year, Immerse Ran, who was cultivating in seclusion in the mountains, received a letter from his uncle. He learned that there was chaos in Shu, and he returned to the secular world. Chu Wanning was in seclusion for the 4th year. Immerse Ran and Xueming fought side by side. At the pinnacle of life and death, the 2 young masters led everyone in the lower cultivation world and swept away the evil bandits. In the end, at the old colorful butterfly town, Xueziming had killed more than 1,000 demons and evils, driving away all kinds of ghosts. Immerse Weiyu mended the crack in the sky, sealing the evil specters with her own power. After this battle, the upper cultivation world removed the city defense and allowed the people in the lower cultivation world to enter. Xueming and Immerse Ran, on the other hand, were extremely famous. The former's prestige as a phoenix's fledgling was unparalleled, while the latter's world spiritist techniques were extremely similar to Chu Wanning's when he mended the heavens and earth fissure. In the blink of an eye, time passed. After the battle at Spirited Mountain, although Xueming had gained a good reputation, he was no longer as complacent as he was when he was young. As long as he had nothing to do, he would diligently meditate in the bamboo forest. He would practice throughout the winter and summer. Even if he occasionally fell ill, he would not stop. He remembered his master's words. Even if he did not have the divine martial skill, he was still a divine martial skill. It was just that he had to put in more blood and sweat. He was no longer born good, but diligence could make up for his lack of talent. Sometimes, after he had finished performing a set of bladesmanship, he would gracefully descend from the bamboo forest. Under the sunlight, he would turn his head sideways. Occasionally, he would feel his vision blur, as if he saw a small figure sitting on a rock, playing with a leaf. He could not help but remember that day when a smaller Chu Wanning watched him practice the knife in the forest. The music was melodious, and he advised him when to rush and when to slow down. Xue Ming tilted his head and recalled carefully. It was as if the music was right next to his ears. So he closed his eyes and concentrated. When he opened them again, he saw a withered bamboo falling. Suddenly, the knife flashed in his eyes. The sound of a dragon's roar rang. The shadow of the knife stretched and relaxed. When it started, it was as fast as lightning. When it stopped, it was as slow as falling snow. When Longqing retreated, he stood up straight. The withered leaf had been cut into thousands of pieces and silently fell to the ground beside his boots. When he lowered his head, he still seemed to be a young man with a tender face who could not keep his cool. When he looked up again, his eyebrows were tall and straight. His gaze was clear but steady. It was as if a rapid stream had finally returned to the lake and became calm and vast. It had been 5 years. Xue Ming held the knife and used a white cloth to wipe the frost blade. Just as he was about to put the knife back into its scabbard, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps in the distance. A disciple rushed over and kept shouting, "Young master! Young master!" "What's wrong?" Xue Ming frowned. "Why are you in such a hurry? You don't have any manners." "What happened? Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion?" That person ran until he was out of breath. His face was bright red as he gasped for breath. "Huizue, Grandmaster Huizue is gone. Elder Yu Hong is awake." With a clang, the battle-hardened weapon Longqing fell to the ground due to its master's carelessness. Xue Ming's handsome and fair face instantly paled. Then, it immediately flushed red. His lips opened and closed. In the end, he did not even remember to pick up his own weapon. He ran as if he was flying towards the southern peak, the peak of life and death. Midway, he almost tripped over a rock and staggered. Shizun. Shue Ziming, who had just lectured others without any manners, lost all of his manners in the blink of an eye. He ran to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. Before he even entered the main hall, he saw Xue Zhengyong striding out. Seeing his son run in like a daredevil, Xue Zhengyong smiled and hugged him. Xue Ming was worried to death. "Father, good. I know you want to see Yu Hong." Xue Zhengyong smiled, but he just woke up and is not energetic. After saying a few words to me, he fell asleep. "You don't want to disturb your Shizuan's rest." Xue Ming was stunned. "You're right, but 5 years was really too hard to bear." He had a lot of things he wanted to say to his Shizuan. He wanted to rush over and tell his Shizuan that he had taken first place in the Spiritual Mountain Conference. He wanted to tell his Shizuan that he had suppressed 100 ghosts. Be sensible. The word sensible was like a snake's weak spot. Once it was pinched, Xue Ming became obedient. He let out a long sigh. Although his footsteps stopped, he stretched his neck forward. It was as if he could pass by his tall and sturdy father and see the person lying on the bed through the half-closed door. Xue Ming pursed his lips. He was a bit unwilling. I'll just go in and take a look at Shizuan. I won't say anything." "Do you think I don't know you? You'll shout whenever you're happy." Xue Zhengyong glared at him. "After winning the Spiritual Mountain Conference, you put on a cold front in front of outsiders. When you got home, you made a fuss for 4 or 5 days. You told everyone how you kicked Nangongxi off the back of a demon wolf. Now, even Annie Lee from the Mingpo lobby can recite your exact words. Who would believe you if you said you wouldn't say anything?" "All right." Xue Ming was listless. "Father's right. That's right. When has your father ever been wrong?" Xue Ming pursed his lips. He couldn't help but be curious. "Father, how is Shizuan?" "He's pretty good. Master Huizue even removed the poison left by the heart-picking willow." "Ah, that means Shizuan won't be the little junior brother anymore?" "Haha, he won't." Xue Ming scratched his head. When he thought about how he wouldn't be able to see Xiaxi again, he faintly felt that it was a pity. Then, is everything else okay? Is there anything wrong with him?" "Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. If there's anything wrong, It's just that after he found out that he had slept for 5 years, his expression became a little ugly. Shui Jingyong recalled Chu Wanning's expression and smiled. Fortunately, he doesn't have much strength. Otherwise, he would have pulled me to ask me a lot of questions. Ah, that's right. He suddenly thought of something and said to Shui Ming, I have something for you to do. Your Shizun has been isolated from the world for so long and missed many things. If it's just us talking to him, we'll be tired, and he'll have a hard time listening. How about this? Ask your mother for some money. Go to Wuchang Town at the foot of the mountain and buy some books. Don't you have those booklets that chronicle events? The kind that covers everything, big and small. Buy them for him to see. When Shui Ming heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Father, that old fox, found him noisy and wanted to kick him down the mountain to do manual labor. But on second thought, this manual labor was for Shizun, so it seemed it wasn't that hard to accept. In any case, Shizun had fallen asleep again. He really couldn't be sure that he wouldn't lose control of his emotions after entering the room and rush over to wake him up. Thus, he sighed and muttered with great reluctance, Fine, I'll buy books. Buy more books. Books on the upper and lower cultivation worlds. Buy some books. Yuheng loves to read. Oh, okay. Shui Ming was very dejected. He silently went down the mountain by himself. Shui Ming didn't like to read, so he arrived in front of a bookstall in Wuchang Town. After looking around, he felt that he couldn't see anything special from the names of the books. He crouched down and asked the stall owner, Uncle, do you have books that talk about the changes in the cultivation world in recent years? Give me a few. At first glance, the stall owner saw that this was someone from the peak of life and death. Although he didn't recognize this person as the phoenix chick Shuiziming, he was very excited. He enthusiastically said, If a mortal sage wants to talk about the changes in the world, of course we have books. I have both official and unofficial histories here. Biographies of people, chronicles, regional chronicles, demon-subduing charts, and even the manuscripts of the 10 most famous storytellers in Jianghu. What kind of books does a mortal sage like? Shui Ming's head hurt when he heard this. He waved his hand and said, Give me all of them. I don't lack money. For businessmen, the most pleasing words in the world were definitely not I love you, I want you, but I don't lack money, or I want you. The stall owner immediately beamed with joy. He rubbed his hands in response to Shui Ming. He then turned around and picked a book for him. Shui Ming had nothing to do, so he casually flipped through the stall. Suddenly, he found a thin booklet that was very interesting. On the page he opened was written, Ranking of the Rich in the Cultivation World No. 1. Jiang Shi. Identity. Lin Ling Yu Lone Moon Knight Sect Leader No. 2. Nangong Lu. Identity. Lini Confucian Wind Sect Leader No. 3. Ma Yun. Identity. Westlake Taba Mountain Villa Master. Such things were written all over the page in tiny characters. Shui Ming immediately became excited. He really wanted to know where he was, so he looked back and forth on the page 4 or 5 times. He was almost cross-eyed from looking, but he still couldn't find the 2 words, Shui Ming. He immediately became very depressed. Then he became a bit angry. He thought about it and felt unreconciled. He flipped to the next page, intending to continue looking. However, he saw that there were only 3 or 4 names and a sentence at the back. Due to the limited time in compiling the list, only the top 100 names are included in the list. Names below the top 100 are omitted. Shui Ming angrily threw the book. Am I that poor? The stall owner was startled. When he saw the booklet he was looking at, he hurriedly picked it up and comforted him. Immortal monarch, don't be angry. This is a ranking booklet compiled by the people. It's always a mess. Moreover, the rankings circulating in different regions are not the same. If you buy books in Lini, the first place on the gentleman's list will definitely be Sect Leader Nangong. This is purely a pastime. Don't be angry, don't be angry. After hearing what he said, Shui Ming felt that it was somewhat reasonable. Moreover, he was still very curious about the other contents of the booklet. Thus, he snorted, took the booklet from the stall owner, and casually flipped through 2 more pages. This time, he saw an even stranger ranking. Ranking of the arrogant young masters of the aristocratic families. Chapter 125. The handwriting on the list was very neat and neat. It was written as follows. First, Nangong Si Identity, Scholarly Wind Sect Young Master. Second, Xue Ming Identity, Young Master of the Peak of Life and Death. Xue Ming. He slammed the book shut, and the muscles on his face were trembling. It was as if the moment he relaxed, he would not be able to contain the great flood and ferocious beast in his heart and burn the books. Sure. Xue Ming's face was gloomy. He took the booklet and patted the frightened stall owner. Every word was squeezed out from between his teeth. Wrap this book up separately for me. I'll take it back and study it myself. Xue Ming shoved the book into his pocket, then staggered back to the mountain with a large stack of books and scrolls given to him by the stall owner. He was very angry. He was so angry that he was about to die. Ranked second on the list of young masters? Bah! Which blind dog made the list? If he found out, he would definitely drag that person out and give him 100 punches before he could vent his anger. Screw your arrogance. What a dog. This kind of anger neutralized the ecstasy in his heart a little. When they returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion, Xue Ming's mood finally returned to normal. He didn't explode at the slightest provocation. Although he was still very agitated, because he had just been angry, after a while, his mind was still clear and not muddled. At this moment, 2 high-ranking disciples were standing guard outside the waterside pavilion. The others were not allowed to pass so that the elders could rest. But Xue Ming was the young master. Who would dare to stop him? Thus, Xue Ming smoothly entered. By this time, the sky was already dark. The windows of the main hall of the waterside pavilion were half open, letting in a soft, honey-like light. Xue Ming didn't know if Shizun had woken up or not, so he softened his footsteps and entered with a book in hand. It was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, like a bird jumping on a tree branch. He temporarily put the unknown list to the back of his mind. He held his breath and looked at the bed with bright eyes. After a long silence, Xue Ming was stunned. Huh? Why was there no one on the bed? Just as he was about to take a closer look, a cold hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. A voice dripping with cold water vapor faintly sounded behind him. Your Excellency, why have you barged into the Red Lotus Pavilion? Xue Ming stiffly turned his head and saw a pale face. The light was dim, and before he could see clearly, he was so scared that he screamed, raised his arm, and slashed at the other person. Who would have thought that the opponent's speed was faster than his? His movements were as swift as a gust of wind and lightning. Suddenly he hacked Xue Ming's neck, and then he kicked Xue Ming's abdomen. Xue Ming was forced to kneel down, and the books in his arms scattered all over the floor. He was in a very sorry state. Xue Ming was originally just startled, but when he was forced to kneel by that person, he was truly shocked. It had to be known that he was no longer the same as before. After 5 years of diligent cultivation, even Nangong Si was not his opponent. But this person, who he couldn't even see clearly, only used 2 moves to suppress him. Who was it? His head buzzed and blood rushed to his skull. However, at this time, he heard that person say in an extremely cold voice, I've been in closed-door cultivation for 5 years. Now anyone dares to come to my place. Whose disciple are you? Where's your master? Didn't he teach you the rules? As soon as his voice fell, Xue Ming threw himself over and tightly hugged him. Master! Master! Chu Wanning. Xue Ming raised his head. He originally wanted to hold it in, but in the end he couldn't. Tears flowed down his face. He couldn't help but choke with sobs as he said, Master, it's me, look, it's me. It turned out that Chu Wanning had just woken up and went out to take a bath. Because of this, his body and hands were still cold and slightly damp. He stood in the same place. Although the light was dim, he could see clearly now that it was quiet. The person kneeling in front of him was a youth around 20 years of age. His skin was very white, which contrasted with his dark and thick eyebrows. The distance between his eyes and the arch of his eyebrows was slightly closer than normal people's, so his facial features were deep and his eyes were full of emotions. As for his lips, they were full and smooth, and the shape of his lips was beautiful. With this kind of face, even when he was angry, there was a hint of pampering. In fact, it was very easy for someone with this kind of appearance to be associated with the word seductive, but he wasn't. The most charming part of a person's face was their eyes. Xue Ming's eyes were like strong wine, always sparkling with a spicy, passionate, and unbridled light. They were very threatening. With these two pools of wine, even if they were filled with ice-white and soft jade flasks, no one would be able to recognize them wrongly. After all, 5 years had passed. When Chu Wanning died, Xue Ming was only 16 years old. Now, he was 21 years old. 16 or 17 years old was the time when a man would change the most. 1 year, his appearance would change, and half a year, his figure would change. Chu Wanning had missed 5 years, so when he suddenly saw him, he didn't recognize him immediately. Xue Ming. After a long while, Chu Wanning stared at him and slowly called out. It seemed like he was calling him, but it also seemed like he was telling himself. This was Xue Ming. Xue Ming was no longer the immature youth in his memory. He had grown up, his shoulders were very wide, and his height was also. Chu Wanning calmly pulled him up. Why are you kneeling? Get up. There wasn't much difference in height between them. Time passed exceptionally quickly on a young person. In just a few strokes, a child was carved into a mature appearance. When he first woke up, the first person Chu Wanning saw was Shizun. He didn't feel how long 5 years was, but now that he saw Xue Ming, he suddenly understood. As it turned out, many people and things had changed in the blink of an eye. Shizun, at the Soul Mountain Conference, Xue Ming finally calmed down a little. He pulled Chu Wanning aside and said, I took first place. Chu Wanning first glanced at him, and then the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. That's only natural. Xue Ming blushed and said, I fought with Nangong Si. He had a divine weapon. I didn't. As he spoke, he felt that his intention of asking for credit was too obvious. He was actually a little embarrassed, so he lowered his head and rubbed the corner of his clothes. I didn't lose face for Shizun. Chu Wanning smiled faintly and nodded. He suddenly said, You must have suffered a lot. It wasn't bitter. Xue Ming paused and said, It was sweet. Chu Wanning reached out, wanting to rub his head like he did in the past. But then he remembered that Xue Ming was no longer a child, so it wasn't appropriate to do so. Midway, he turned around and patted his shoulder. The books on the floor were scattered everywhere. The two of them picked them up one by one and placed them on the table. You bought so many? Chu Wanning said. How long do you want me to read? Not much. Shizun reads 10 lines at a glance. He finished it all in one night. Even after so long, Xue Ming's admiration did not diminish in the slightest. But Chu Wanning was a little speechless. He didn't know what to say, so he lit a candle and casually flipped through a few books. Jiang Dongtang has a new sect leader? It's changed. The new sect leader is a woman. It's said that her temper is very bad. Chu Wanning continued to read. The page he was reading was about Jiang Dongtang's chronicles. It was a long and voluminous article. Chu Wanning read very attentively. As he read, he suddenly stopped at the life of Jiang Dongtang's new sect leader and casually asked, Ran, how has he been these years? He asked in a very restrained and light tone. Because of this, Xue Ming didn't feel that it was too abrupt. He answered honestly, Not bad. Chu Wanning looked up. What do you mean by not bad? Xue Ming considered his words and said, It means that he's like a person. He wasn't like a person before. Without waiting for Xue Ming to speak, Chu Wanning nodded again. He really isn't like a person. Go on. Xue Ming was best at telling his own story in a very long and exciting way. He would tell others, especially Immerse's story, in a very short and simple way. He's been running around these years. He's become more sensible. Xue Ming said, Other than that, there's nothing else. He didn't go to the Soul Mountain Conference? No, he was cultivating in the Snow Valley at that time. Chu Wanning didn't ask any more questions. The two of them talked about other things. Xue Ming was afraid that he would be tired. Although he still had a lot to say, he restrained himself and left first. After he left, Chu Wanning lay on the bed with his clothes on. He still remembered what happened in the world of spirits and souls. Therefore, He wasn't surprised by Imo Rant's change. It was just a fleeting life. After parting for so many years, Xue Ming had grown so much that he almost couldn't recognize him. He didn't know what Imo Ran looked like now. He still remembered what Xue Zhengyong said to him before he left today. "Yu Heng, I'll hold a banquet at the Ming Lobby tomorrow to congratulate you on coming out of seclusion. You mustn't refuse. I've already sent the letter to Ran Air. You can't let him rush back from so far away and end up with no food and drink, right?" Chu Wanning didn't refuse. Although he didn't like crowds, Imo Ran had always been his weak spot. According to Xue Zhengyong, when the rainbow butterfly suppresses the heavens and rends the heavens, many villages at the foot of the White Top Mountain were destroyed. Now, the survivors were either injured or disabled. Because of the heavy losses, those villages were still in ruins. The entire snowfield was like hell on earth. Imo Ran had been helping to rebuild the village these days. He read a book under the candlelight for a while. He couldn't help but get up and wave his sleeve to summon a transmission begonia. After thinking for a while, he said, "Lord, I'll have to trouble you to write another letter to Imo Ran. Tell him not to worry and that it's best if he can make it back in time. If he can't, I won't blame him. The weather is getting colder. Whitetop Mountain is bitterly cold every winter. Tell him to settle down in the village and not deal with it carelessly." After throwing away the begonia flower, Chu Wanning sighed and lay back on the bed. He picked up the half-read chronicles of the cultivation world and continued reading. Although his eyesight wasn't as exaggerated as Xue Ming said that he could finish reading these vast and complex scrolls in one night, he could still read a few historical books with ease. Late at night, the candlelight flowed into a quiet pool. Chu Wanning closed the book and frowned slightly. He had already roughly read the events that happened in the cultivation world in the past 5 years. At the beginning, the contents of the book didn't have much to say. But when it came to colorful Butterfly Town, there were a lot of descriptions about Imo Ran. Chu Wanning was originally lying on his side with one hand supporting his mouth and the other lazily flipping through the pages. When he read to this point, he couldn't help but sit up and read the book carefully. In the lower cultivation world, thousands of people traveled east. When they reached the border, they encountered a wall to defend, not allowing them to enter. Every few days, the sky was cloudy and evil spirits were everywhere. Thousands of people died in front of the wall. Blood flowed like drifting pestles. In the 9th month, the food supply route was cut off. People couldn't eat for 17 days because of internal yin and yang killing each other for food. What was written here was that in the lower cultivation world, many people wanted to escape to the upper cultivation world to take refuge, but they were refused. In the end, they had no food in their stomachs, so they killed each other to survive. That foul wind and bloody rain that filled the sky had now become a few words on the paper. When Chu Wanning read it, he felt very uncomfortable. At the peak of life and death, young Master Ming and young Master Ran were the immortals. Their swords came out of Shu. Under the launching saber, more than 1,000 evil spirits were killed. Xue Ming became famous. Imo Ran patched up the sky alone, eliminating evil spirits in the underworld. His boundary technique, Chu Wanning, was not inferior. The world was shocked. Although Chu Wanning knew that the heavenly fissure described here wasn't as serious as it was in the past, he was still a little surprised. He opened his eyes slightly. He was able to patch up the fissure with his own strength? As he continued reading, he read more about Imo Rant's deeds of eliminating evil spirits and suppressing evil spirits. There were evil spirits on the east side of the river. Blue Pool Village refused to deal with this matter. Imo Ran heard and went. He encountered the Yellow River Demon and fought for 3 days. He cut off its head and burned it, eliminating the evil. Then, young Master was seriously injured. His abdomen and ribs were pierced. Fortunately, he met sect leader Jiang Shi in the middle of the night. Chu Wanning's fingertips were cold. Young Master was seriously injured. His abdomen and ribs were pierced. Whose abdomen? Whose ribs? Imo Rant's? He was clearly someone who would never misread a sentence, but he didn't want to believe it at this time. He repeated it 4 or 5 times, and on the 6th time, he put his finger on it and read it word by word. Imo Ran heard and went. He fought for 3 days. Chu Wanning seemed to see the back of a black-clothed Xiao Sa, his boots stepping on the huge waves of the Yellow River, one hand behind his back, the other holding the shining divine weapon willow vine. He cut off its head and burned it, eliminating the evil. However, the young master was seriously injured. His hands clenched tightly on the paper, his knuckles turning jade-like. He saw Immerse pull out the willow vine amidst the stormy waves. He let out a long roar like he had seen a ghost and cut off the Ba's head. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, the Ba's sharp claws pierced into Immerse's abdomen. The behemoth that had lost its head swayed and finally fell to the ground, its huge body cutting off the flow of the Yellow River. Immerse also fell to the riverside. He could no longer stand, and his clothes were instantly soaked in blood. Chu Wanning slowly closed his eyes. For a long, long time, he didn't open them. Only his fluttering eyelashes were slightly moist. After that, without exception, those books all called Immerse Grandmaster Immerse. When Chu Wanning saw these three words, he only felt that they were indescribably strange and unfamiliar. He couldn't connect the smiling, lazy teenager in his memory with the title Grandmaster Immerse. He had missed too many things about Immerse. He suddenly wondered if he would still be able to recognize this disciple if that person returned tomorrow. A disciple with many scars would become Grandmaster Mo's disciple. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a vague sense of uneasiness. He really wanted to see Immerse, but he also didn't dare to see Immerse. With such anxiety, Chu Wanning finally fell asleep in the latter half of the night. Even though she had died once, she still did not know how to take care of herself. She lay in a pile of files without a blanket. He was really quite weak, and his energy had yet to fully recover. In addition, not many people dared to trespass into the Red Lotus Pavilion, so no one woke him up. He fell into a deep sleep, and when Chu Wanning woke up, it was already the evening of the next day. Chu Wanning opened the window and looked at the setting sun outside. He fell into a long silence. The red clouds reflected the surface of the lake. A wild crane flew leisurely over the horizon, and a tired bird returned to its nest. It was already evening. He actually lay in bed for a day and a night? Chu Wanning's face was ashen. He put his hand on the window frame, and with a pa sound, he almost broke the wooden frame. The banquet that the High Lord specially prepared for him was about to begin, but he was still sleepy, his clothes were untidy, and his hair was messy. What should he do? What to do? What to do? He was secretly anxious. Yu Hong. At this time, Shizun actually came up the mountain. He pushed open the door and saw Chu Wanning sitting on the bed with an unfathomable expression. He couldn't help but be stunned. "Why aren't you up yet?" "I'm up," Chu Wanning said. If it weren't for the strands of hair on his forehead sticking up, his appearance would have been very dignified. "What's the matter, High Lord? You actually need to come here personally." Nothing. I just didn't see you come down for a day, so I was a little worried." Shizun rubbed his hands. "Since you're up, wash up and go to the Mingpo lobby to eat." When Master Huizue left, he specifically said that you can only eat after 24 hours. You haven't eaten since you woke up yesterday, and now it's 24 hours. I had people prepare many dishes that you like. Crab meats, lion's head, osmanthus, and lotus root. Come, let's go together. Thank you for your trouble, High Lord. When Chu Wanning heard about the crab meats, lion's head, osmanthus, and lotus root, he was too lazy to take care of it carefully. He prepared to change his clothes and go down with Shizun. After all, the crab meats had to be eaten while they were hot. They would be tasteless if they were cold. Of course. Shizun watched him get off the bed and put on his shoes. He rubbed his hands for a while, then suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right, there's one more thing." Chu Wanning wasn't good at taking care of life. After sleeping for 5 years, he was even more sluggish. He put on his left and right socks upside down. After a long time, he realized that something was wrong and quietly changed back. He focused on putting on his socks, so he didn't raise his head and said lightly, "What?" Shizun smiled. Ranair sent an urgent letter this morning saying that he'll definitely rush back tonight. He even brought you a congratulatory gift. This child is getting more sensible as he grows up. Hey, Yu Hong, why did you take off your socks? Nothing. This is from yesterday. Chu Wanning said, it's a bit dirty, so I changed to a clean one. Then why didn't you change just now? I didn't remember just now. Shui Jingyong was very straightforward and didn't think about it. He just looked around and sighed. Speaking of which, Yu Hong, you're not young anymore. I think it's time for you to find a Dao companion. Look at your room. When Master Huizue left, it was neat and tidy. But when you woke up, it's not even lively yet. There's only a piece of paper here and a robe there. Do you want me to help you keep an eye out? Please go out, Lord. Huh. Chu Wanning's face was gloomy, and he didn't have a good temper. I'll change. Haha, okay, go out then. But about the Dao companion? Chu Wanning suddenly looked up. His eyes were like an ice lake, and he stared at Shui Jingyong, who didn't have good eyesight. Shui Jingyong finally understood and laughed dryly. I'm just asking. Yu Heng's condition isn't good enough for you. Chu Wanning lowered his eyelids and looked like he was rolling his eyes at Shui Jingyong. Shui Jingyong sighed and said helplessly, Did I say something wrong? I know you're picky. Chu Wanning said lightly, I just don't have the time. How is that picky? Since you're not picky, then tell me, what kind of woman would catch your eye? As for me, I don't want to force you, but at least I can help you keep an eye out. Chu Wanning found him annoying and couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so he said perfunctorily, Living people? Women? Lord, please keep an eye out. I won't see you out. With that, he pushed Shui Jingyong out the door. Shui Jingyong was unwilling. After going through a life and death situation, he was sincerely concerned about Chu Wanning's marriage. Back then, when Chu Wanning passed away, Shui Jingyong was very regretful. He thought that if Chu Wanning had left behind a child like his brother, he would at least have something to think about. He would have someone to take care of and make up for it. However, Chu Wanning didn't have any children or brothers. He was a lone wolf. Shui Jingyong was very sad at that time and felt very guilty. He felt that Chu Wanning was lonely and pitiful. Your request is different from not saying anything. Yu Hong, it's true. I'm serious, sigh. Shui Jingyong wanted to struggle, but Chu Wanning had already pushed him out and closed the door with a bang. At the same time, he also set up a barrier, blocking him outside. Shui Jingyong. Chapter 126. Elder Yu Heng's exit from seclusion was naturally worthy of the entire sex celebration. However, Shui Jingyong knew that Chu Wanning did not like crowds and was not good with words. Thus, he had already arranged everything that needed to be said and done beforehand. Chu Wanning had originally been afraid that the banquet would be somewhat awkward, but later found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Although Shui Jingyong was a burly man, he had a clever mind and understood the situation very well. In front of all the elders and many disciples, he said a few heartfelt words. However, he did not say much and did not appear to be emotional. Instead, it was very moving. Only Elder Lutsuin was less perceptive and shouted with a smile. Yu Hong, today is a festive day. Why are you still so cold? You should say a few words as well. There are some new disciples here who have never seen your face. Shui Jingyong blocked for him. Lutsuin, I've already helped Yu Hong say what he wanted to say. Why do you have to drag him to say more nonsense? That's not the same. He should at least say a few words. But it's fine. Shui Jingyong still wanted to say something but was interrupted by a cold and deep voice. Since there are new disciples, I will say a few words. As Chu Wanning spoke, he stood up from his seat. He looked around the Mengpo lobby and saw that several thousand people were looking at him. However, Imo Ran had not arrived yet. Chu Wanning thought for a moment and said, The South Peak's Red Lotus Pavilion has many mechanical weapons. In order to prevent accidental injuries, I ask all new disciples not to trespass if there is no reason. Everyone sank into silence. Lutsuin could not help but ask, Are you done? I'm done. As Chu Wanning spoke, he lowered his eyes and lowered his head. He flicked his sleeves and sat down. Everyone sank into an even longer silence. Most of the new disciples were pondering. They thought to themselves, was coming back from the dead 5 years after death an experience that a mortal would have? No matter what, he should talk about his feelings in his heart, or thank his savior, or something like that. But why did this person seem to be reading out a dogma and end it with just one sentence? This was too insincere. The older disciples could not help but chuckle. A few of them whispered to their companions beside them, "It's Elder Yu Hong. He hasn't changed. He still speaks as little as ever." Puff, that's right. She has a bad temper and is impatient. Apart from her pretty face, she can't do anything else. Since there were so many people around and Chu Wanning couldn't hear them, someone joked. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Then, they turned to look at the white-robed man sitting next to Shizun. The banquet began. In addition to spicy Sichuan dishes, there were many exquisite pastries and Jiangnan dishes that were deftly arranged. The table was bustling with noise and excitement. Shizun also opened about 100 jars of the best pear blossom white wine and distributed it to each table. The amber-colored wine was poured to the brim. Chu Wanning was eating her fourth lion's head with crab powder when suddenly a large bowl with a big mouth was placed right in front of her eyes. "Yu Hong, drink a cup." "This is a bowl." "Aya, who cares if it's a cup or a bowl? Drink it. It's your favorite pear blossom wine." Shizun's thick eyebrows were dyed bright with happiness. "When it comes to your alcohol tolerance, I, Shizun, am the first to admit defeat. You really can't get drunk after 1,000 cups. You can't get drunk after 10,000 cups. Come, come, come. Let me toast you with this first cup." Chu Wanning smiled. He raised the big bowl and clinked it with Shizun's. "Since the great lord says so, I'll drink this first cup." He finished it in one gulp and flipped the bowl over for Shizun to see. Shizun was overjoyed, but his eyes reddened. "Good, good. 5 years ago, you asked me for a jar of excellent pear blossom wine in the cellar. I didn't want to give it to you. Later, I regretted it very much. I thought I would never." His voice grew softer. He suddenly raised his head and exhaled deeply. Then, he said loudly, "Let's not talk about it anymore. There's no need to talk about it anymore. If you like it in the future, the entire cellar of pear blossom wine will be yours. I'll let you drink good wine for the rest of your life." Chu Wanning smiled. "Okay, I'll make a profit." While they were talking, Shueming was talking to someone in a corner for a long time. Suddenly, Shueming dragged that person over. The two of them bowed in front of Chu Wanning. "Shizun." Shueming raised his head. His youthful face was dignified. "Shizun." That person also raised his head, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, like a cloud emerging from the mountain. If it wasn't Shimei, who else could it be? Shimei said shamefully, "Disciple was in Wuchang Town's doctor's clinic today. I couldn't leave and only came to see Shizun now. I'm really ashamed. Please forgive me, Shizun." "It's fine." Chu Wanning lowered his eyes and carefully looked at Shimei for a while. Although his face was indifferent, he suddenly felt a strange sense of loss in his heart. This person, who was Imo Rant's favorite, had grown into a peerless beauty. If it was said that 5 years ago, Shiramo was still a beauty, then now, he was like a bunch of epiphyllum blooming in the middle of the night. The tender green petals could no longer hide the whiteness inside. The fragrant petals trembled as they peeked out, making everything around them pale in comparison. He had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. His eyes were as soft as spring water. The curve of the bridge of his nose was extremely soft. If it was a bit more, it would be too fierce, but if it was a bit less, it would be too weak. His lips were bright red and full, like cherries soaked in dew. The words he spat out were sweet and soft. "Shizun, disciple misses you very much." He rarely expressed his emotions so openly. Therefore, Chu Wanning couldn't help but be startled. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Shimei's eyes were red. He was deeply moved, making Chu Wanning feel a little ashamed. Why would he be jealous of Shimingjing? He was older than the younger generation by so many years. He was in a high position. Why would he be jealous of Shimingjing? Thinking of this, Chu Wanning nodded and said indifferently, "Both of you can stand up." After getting permission, the two disciples stood up. Chu Wanning had already calmed down, but when he glanced at Shimei, he was suddenly stunned. Shimei was taller than Shueming? This comparison made Chu Wanning choke. He coughed twice and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He was taller by more than a little, but this made Sure Mei's figure even better. His shoulders were broad, his waist was thin, and his legs were long. There was an indescribable exquisiteness and elegance. His hair was long and thin. He didn't look like the weak youth he was in the past. Chu Wanning's face couldn't help but sink. He felt that he had lost a little too miserably. But, forget it. Anyway, he couldn't say his feelings for Imo Ran until his death. It was even more impossible for him to say it in the future. As for Imo Ran, that guy chased him to the ends of the earth, but he couldn't tell that he liked him. In the future, it was even more impossible for him to tell. The two of them could be master and disciple for life. Their friendship was deep, so it wasn't impossible. As for the other things, it couldn't be forced. Just forget about it. Xueming suddenly blushed. He elbowed Sure Mei and gave him a look. Sure Mei was helpless. He said softly, "Do you really want me to go?" "Yes, it's more suitable for you to go. But these things were prepared by you for 5 years, young master. It's awkward because they were prepared by me. You go. Besides, didn't you bring back some of the other things today?" "Okay." Sure Mei sighed. He couldn't persuade Xueming. He could only take a large rosewood wood stick from Xueming's hands behind his back. He held it with both hands and walked in front of Chu Wanning, who was sitting down and eating the lion's head. "Shizun, young master, and I have prepared some gifts for the past 5 years. They are all small gifts. I hope Shizun will accept them." Xueming listened from behind. His face became redder and redder. In order to hide his panic, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and turned his head leisurely. He pretended that he suddenly had a strong interest in the carved pillars of the Mengpo lobby. Normally, it was impolite to open the gifts given by others. However, as their Shizun, Chu Wanning wasn't willing to accept things that were too expensive. Hence, he thought for a while and asked, "What are they?" "They are some small trinkets that we bought from everywhere." Sure Mei was extremely intelligent. How could he not understand Chu Wanning's intentions? Hence, he said, "They aren't worth much. If Shizun is worried, you can open them when you go back and take a look." However, Chu Wanning said, "There's no difference between going back and now. Open them." "No, no, no. Don't open them." Xueming was stunned for a moment. He immediately rushed over to snatch the box. However, Chu Wanning had already opened the box. He even glanced at him indifferently. "You ran so fast. Aren't you afraid of falling?" Xueming, sure enough, it was stuffed to the brim with all sorts of interesting little objects. There were some intricately embroidered hairbands, ingenious hairbands, and divine jade hooks. Chu Wanning casually picked up a bottle of calming pills. Under the candlelight, the insignia of the cold scale divine hand shone brightly. This box of items was priceless. Chu Wanning really didn't know what to say. He raised his phoenix eyes and glared at Xueming. Xueming's face turned even redder. Shizun was amused. He said, "Since Meng is so considerate, Yuheng, just accept them. In any case, the other elders have already prepared gifts for you. They're all worth quite a bit. It won't hurt to add one more." Chu Wanning said, "Xueming is my disciple." In other words, he wasn't willing to accept so many things as a disciple. "But these are the most suitable things for Shizun that I've seen in these 5 years. When Xueming heard this, he became anxious. "I've only used the money I earned. I didn't spend a single cent of father's money. Shizun, if you don't accept them, he'll feel uncomfortable and won't be able to sleep." Shizun spoke for his son. He might even go on a hunger strike. Chu Wanning, he really didn't know how to talk to this father and son pair. Thus, he lowered his head to look at the box again. Suddenly, he saw an even smaller wooden box lying among the pile of things. "This is..." He took it out and opened it. There were 4 clay dolls lying inside. He didn't quite understand. He raised his eyes and glanced at Xueming, only to see that Xueming's face was completely red, as if blood was about to drip out. Seeing that Chu Wanning was looking at him, he hurriedly lowered his head. He was such a handsome man, yet he acted like a young boy. Being stared at by his master, he lowered his eyes and lowered his head. He was indescribably shy. Chu Wanning asked, "What is this?" Shui Jingyong was also curious. Take it out and let us see. Don't want. Shui Ming held his forehead and weakly muttered. However, his father had already happily laid out the 4 little clay figurines. The 4 clay dolls were extremely ugly. Other than the fact that one of them was slightly taller and the other 3 were slightly shorter, it was almost impossible to tell the difference between them. This kind of work was clearly done by Shui Ming. It should be known that Shui Ming originally wanted to learn mecha techniques from Chu Wanning. In the end, after learning for a day, Chu Wanning made him change to knife techniques. There was no other reason than this brat not being able to accomplish anything in the entire afternoon at the Red Lotus Pavilion. Instead, he took a file and almost tore apart the mecha room. It was really hard for him to make clay dolls with such a pure heart. Shui Jingyong picked up one of the clay dolls and turned it around to look at it. He didn't understand it and asked his son, "What are you making?" Shui Ming stubbornly said, I just made it for fun. It's nothing. These black clay dolls really don't look good. The taller one is much prettier. It's painted white, muttered Shui Jingyong as he rubbed the doll's head with his thumb. Shui Ming said, Don't touch it. But it was too late. The doll spoke. Uncle, don't touch it. Shui Jingyong, Chu Wanning. Shui Ming slapped himself and covered his eyes with his arm, unwilling to look. Shui Jingyong reacted after a long time. He laughed loudly. Hey, Ming-er, did you make Rander? It's too ugly, ha. Shui Ming angrily said, That's because he's ugly to begin with. Look at how I made Shizun. It's so pretty. As he spoke, his face turned red as he pointed at the white clay dolls. The white clay dolls' heads were brushed by his fingertips. They coldly humphed and said, Don't be impudent. Chu Wanning, ha. Shui Jingyong laughed until tears were about to flow out of his eyes. This is good, this is good. You even put some linging cotton in it, right? This little thing imitates Yu Heng's tone. It's quite similar. Ha. Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves and said, Nonsense. However, he still gently took back the 4 clay figurines and put them back into the box, placing them beside him. During this process, his face was expressionless. He appeared very calm and indifferent. But when he looked up again, there was a gentleness that had not faded from his eyes. I'll accept this. Take the rest back. You can use these things too. Master doesn't lack them. But, young master, Shizun wants you to take them back. Just take them back. Shimei smiled and softly persuaded him. He lowered his voice and said, Anyway, isn't this box of clay dolls the most the young master wants to give? Shui Ming's head was practically smoking. He angrily glared at Shimei and kicked his feet. He bit his lip and didn't say anything. Shui Ming was a person who had been highly praised since he was young. There was nothing that he couldn't say or do. Because of this, his way of expressing his likes and dislikes was often very passionate and straightforward. Chu Wanning felt that he was very rare. This kind of directness was something he had never had. It was one of Shui Ming's most precious qualities. He was a bit envious. Unlike himself, he had never been an honest person. His heart missed him very much, but his mouth said that he didn't care. After his rebirth, although he was a bit better, that was it. He wouldn't change much. Rome wasn't built in a day. He felt that even if he used the rest of his life to change, he wouldn't be able to change much. If he changed too much, he probably wouldn't be him anymore. When the banquet was about to end, Immo Rand still hadn't returned. Chu Wanning was actually very depressed, but he didn't say anything. Although he really wanted to ask Shui Jingyong, he wanted to ask how Immo Rand wrote that letter today. He wanted to ask Shui Jingyong if he knew where Immo Rand was. But he held the wine cup and drank cup after cup. His knuckles were pale. The wine burned into his lungs, but it didn't burn his heart until it was warm enough. It was warm enough to turn his head and ask when he would return. Chapter 127. Chu Wanning did not ask, and Shui Jingyong did not mention it either. The supremacy at the peak of life and death drank a little too much. He was dizzy and could not speak properly. He suddenly came closer and stared at Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning, you're not happy? No. You're angry? No. Chu Wanning said. Who made you unhappy? Chu Wanning. Ask? If he asked, he would feel much better. Maybe Mo Ran did not say that he would definitely come back tonight. Maybe he said that he would try his best to come back tonight, but Xue Jingyong made a mistake when he repeated it, or Xue Jingyong remembered it wrongly. Chu Wanning looked outside the door. The night was dark. The banquet was about to end, and the banquet was going to be cold. On the first day he came out of seclusion, Mo Ran did not come back. All the disciples at the peak of life and death were there. Even those he did not know the names of, or even those he had never seen before, were there. He was the only one missing. Without him, the banquet was incomplete. There were so many crabmeat meatballs, osmanthus, lotus root, and pear blossom white fragrant snow wine, but it was not enough. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. Suddenly, he heard a commotion in the distance, near the entrance of the Mingpo lobby. Aya, look, what's that outside? What's that in the sky? More and more people gathered around. Everyone in the house could hear the crackling noises and the thunderous booms of spring thunder. People walked out of their houses and stood on the grass in front of Mingpo Hall. They raised their heads and looked at the fiery trees and silver flowers in the night sky. The river of stars shattered into little fireflies, blooming magnificently in the sky and fluttering down. Fireworks! Those young disciples were beaming with joy. Their youthful faces were illuminated by the flickering firelight, and their eyes reflected the broken stars in the sky. It's so beautiful. I've never seen such huge fireworks before, not even during the New Year. Chu Wanning also slowly walked out of the hall. He was not in a good mood. Even though Xue Jingyong had prepared such a splendid fireworks festival, he was still unable to get rid of the heaviness in his heart even though he was grateful. Whoosh! A sharp whistle pierced the clouds and penetrated the moon. He raised his head slightly, and a beam of golden-red flowing light shot into the sky like an arrow. So pretty. If that person was also here, bang! When that dazzling star rose to the same height as the Wu Go, it suddenly exploded. Millions of sparkling and translucent golden lights converged into a stream. Thus, the Milky Way lost its color and the Moon Palace lost its light. The fireworks were like a tree of begonia, blowing down like snow, like the sparkling waves of a vast river. Chu Wanning slowly closed her eyes amidst the dazzling lights and lively atmosphere. Disciple Mo Ran congratulates Master for coming out of seclusion. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind him. Every word was clear and sharp. Chu Wanning suddenly trembled, as if there was a thorn in his back, as if there was a charcoal fire in his throat. His heartbeat lost its speed, and his blood flowed freely. He couldn't breathe, and suddenly turned his head. Behind him stood a few disciples who had just walked out of the Mingpo lobby. They were all looking at the sky in astonishment. Someone recited. Gradually, there was more than one person reciting. Everyone felt that it was a novelty. Those young disciples, male and female, stood alone or in groups of 3 or 5. They all looked at the splendid night sky and recited this sentence. Disciple Mo Ran congratulates Master for coming out of seclusion. Every word was gentle like the tide, like the ravings of a dream. Every sentence was firm like a boulder, like 1,000-catty mountain. Chu Wanning suddenly raised his head. The fireworks in the night sky flowed and flickered due to the spiritual power. They formed this sentence in such a splendid and huge formation. The fireworks condensed into a grand tide that could be seen from hundreds of miles away. The colorful stars seemed to be separated by thousands of mountains and thousands of mountains, separated by the past, rushing towards him in this never-ending night. That person's joy, sorrow, longing, and guilt also rushed towards him in this never-ending night. He felt that he had suddenly become a driftwood in the sea. The seawater was him in the underworld, in front of the Ghost King Palace. When Mo Ran suddenly hugged him, his eyes were warm, passionate, and resolute. He had nowhere to run. His surroundings were filled with that person's murmurs, that person's laughter, that person's deep feelings. Chu Wanning didn't want to care about what kind of deep feelings it was, whether it was the master and disciple relationship or something else. It was enough as long as there were feelings. Mo Ran still didn't make it back in time before the banquet ended. Even if he traveled day and night, even if he didn't stop, he still had a long way to go. Fortunately, He still had the communication fireworks made by Xuanji Elder in his backpack. He was afraid that something would happen to him outside, so he used it in an emergency. It was a work of art. It could condense spiritual power to write on a piece of paper, put it in a scroll, and ignite it. Then the written words would be released into a huge firework. Even if it was far away, it could still be seen at the peak of life and death. This firework was very expensive and extremely difficult to make, but Mo Ran didn't care at all. He only hoped that his Shizun wouldn't be angry. Even if it was thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers, even if it was drowning. He also wanted Chu wanting to hear these words. Disciple Mo Ran congratulates Shizun on coming out of seclusion. For hours later, the banquet ended. When he returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion, it was already late at night. Chu Wanning smelled of alcohol and felt uncomfortable. He wanted to take a bath, but the weather had already turned cold. The lotus pond in the Red Lotus Pavilion was too cold. He took a bath yesterday and almost froze his body. He thought for a while, then went back to his room to get a change of clothes and a wooden basin. He then walked to the wonderful sound pool. The wonderful sound pool was a bathhouse shared by the entire sect. He had only taken a bath here a few months ago when he had just arrived at the peak of life and death. It was already very late at this time. Not many people would take a bath here. Chu Wanning raised his hand and lifted the thin curtain of the bath. He walked in. Many places in the peak of life and death had been renovated, but the wonderful sound pool hadn't. It was surrounded by high-tiled walls. After entering the door, he first had to pass through a winding corridor with floating gauze curtains. When he reached the end, he saw 6 narrow wooden steps painted with tung oil. Everyone who went to take a bath would take off their shoes and socks before walking down the wooden steps. Therefore, he only needed to take a look here to know how many people were in the pool. When Chu Wanning took off his shoes and socks, he also paid attention. He found that there was only one pair of boots here. The boots were quite big and a bit dirty, but they were placed neatly in the corner. They weren't thrown away randomly just because the place was empty. Chu Wanning thought, who is it coming to take a bath this late? But he didn't think too much about it. He hugged his small wooden basin and walked barefoot down the steps. He brushed aside the last curtain at the end of the walkway and went down to the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with mist and rosy clouds. There was a huge hot spring here. Following the rise and fall of the terrain, it created an extremely wide waterfall, which gave off a muffled rumbling sound. Hazy steam and dense white smoke stretched out from the pool and floated into the air, spreading to every corner and every inch of space. Because the mist was too thick, everything here was blurry. People had to be very close to each other in order to see each other's faces clearly. Chu Wanning walked on the smooth Yuhua stone path. He passed through the overlapping and heavy peach trees and arrived at the nearest bathhouse. There was a short rack carved out of blue stone, which was specifically used to store washing items. He placed his small wooden basin and robe on top of it. Then, he took off his clothes and slowly walked into the pool. So warm. He couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to squeeze into the bathhouse with so many people and didn't want to take a bath in the middle of the night every day, he really would find the Red Lotus Pavilion cold and simple. After all, Shui Jingyong was a meticulous person. He was the one who oversaw the construction of the wonderful sound pool. There were flowers by the pool, flourishing all year round. At the end of the pool was a waterfall for washing. If he got tired of soaking, he could lie down in a small wooden pavilion nearby and use the geothermal stone to press his meridians and acupoints. Compared to the hasty bath he took yesterday at the Red Lotus Pavilion, this place was far too comfortable. Chu Wanning forgot for a moment and felt somewhat happy. Seeing that there was no one around, he stretched out his slender body and swam straight to the waterfall. Splash! He had just floated out of the water and wiped his face. The faint smile on his face had not yet disappeared when he suddenly saw a man with his back to him, showering under the intense waterfall. The sound of the waterfall was so loud that even though Chu Wanning was so close, he didn't hear the other person's movements. He was afraid that if he had floated up just a bit later and continued to swim forward, his fingertips would have touched that man's legs. Fortunately, he stopped at the edge of the cliff and got up, so he didn't touch the other person. However, This distance was still somewhat rude. He was almost standing behind that man. The man was very tall, much taller than Chu Wanning. His skin was tanned to a honey-colored, appearing very wild. His shoulders were broad and straight, and his shoulder blades moved with the movement of his arms. They were like golden mountains, containing an unstoppable force. His muscles weren't exaggerated, but they were firm and well-proportioned. The water splashed against his body. Some of the water strands converged into streams on the wide open field, while others splashed in all directions. Some seemed to be infatuated with his body, willingly turning into a thin layer of water that covered his body, inseparable from him. Chu Wanning was used to being cold, so when had he ever seen such a hot body? His ears immediately turned red, and he hurriedly turned around to leave. However, whether it was because the bottom of the pool was too slippery or because his footsteps were unsteady, he actually staggered and fell into the pool, creating a large splash. Cough, cough. This time, Chu Wanning's face turned red from embarrassment. Because of his panic, he choked on several mouthfuls of water. When he thought about how this water was the bathwater of that guy behind him, he became even more angry and disgusted. He couldn't be bothered to remain calm, and hurriedly tried to stand up from the water. He was the Grand Elder Yu Hong. How could he? Suddenly, a smooth, strong hand supported him, pulling the flustered and embarrassed Chu Wanning out of the rushing water. That man was clearly alarmed by his movements. "Are you okay?" The man grabbed his arm, his voice low and slow. The difference in height allowed the man to speak with his head lowered, and his breath brushed past Chu Wanning's ears. "The stones here are very slippery, so be careful." Chu Wanning's ears turned even redder. He could almost feel that the man's chest was just behind him, just a foot away. Rise and fall, rise and fall. When he was down, he was soft-hearted and spared his life. When he was up, he was so hostile, almost sticking to his back. Chu Wanning was ashamed and angry at the same time. When had he ever been in contact with someone like this? Abruptly shaking off the man's hand, Chu Wanning's face was gloomy, but his gaze was evasive. "I'm fine." The sound of the waterfall was very loud, washing away Chu Wanning's voice. But for some reason, after hearing him speak, the man suddenly trembled, and his entire person froze. He slightly raised his hand, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't have the courage to say it. While he was hesitating, Chu Wanning had already walked a little further away. He stepped in, or rather, hid under the curtain of water that was boiling with excitement. Chapter 128. Chu Wanning's heart was beating very fast, and his face was a little red from anger. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the man was still standing in the same place like a mountain. His body seemed to be a little stiff. Chu Wanning didn't look at him directly, but he could feel that the man's naked and undisguised gaze was staring straight at him. It was like a sword that had just been taken out of the sword pool and was still shockingly hot. When it pierced through the waterfall, the water was vaporized by the sword and stabbed into his body. Chu Wanning felt that he had been greatly offended for no reason. His expression became more and more ugly. He bit his lips and hid deeper into the waterfall. Unexpectedly, the man was an idiot. Chu Wanning hid inside, and like a marionette, he followed her and took a step forward. Chu Wanning was furious. This made him think that there were always a few perverted demons at the peak of life and death. In the past, there was even a woman who didn't sleep at night. She climbed to the roof of the Red Lotus Pavilion and secretly waited to watch him bathe. This memory made his scalp tingle. The arm that was grabbed by the man seemed to have goosebumps. Fortunately, he hid in the deepest part of the waterfall and ate the water droplets for a long time. Finally, the man seemed to have let him go. He returned to the waterfall and continued to bathe. Chu Wanning suppressed the anger in his heart. He didn't want to stay in the waterfall any longer. He planned to finish bathing and leave as soon as possible. He reached for the towel on his shoulder, only to find that the towel, as well as the locust soap that was wrapped in it, had fallen into the water because of the earth-shattering fall just now. It had probably melted by now. Go ashore to get it? Walk naked under the man's nose? Chu Wanning's face was not red now. His face was green. His thin lips were tightly pursed. He felt very humiliated. He didn't want to go. So he crossed his arms like a fool, leaned back against the rock, and continued to bathe himself in the deepest part of the waterfall. Chu Wanning, the man. Suddenly, from afar, that person raised his voice and asked hesitantly, "Do you want honey? And the incense? We can't just keep charging like this, right?" Chu Wanning closed his eyes but still didn't go out. He said coldly, "Throw it over." That person didn't throw it over, as if he felt that it was too rude and disrespectful to treat a stranger this way. Chu Wanning waited for a while under the waterfall. Then, she saw a peach leaf carrying a locust and 2 incense sticks floating towards her. She used her spiritual energy to slowly float towards her. Chu Wanning picked up the things and looked at them carefully. He was stunned. There was nothing wrong with Chinese soap, as everyone used the same ones. However, the person who used the incense had chosen the 2 scents of plum blossom and begonia, which were his favorite. He couldn't help but take another look at the tall figure hidden in the distance through the sparkling water curtain. The man asked him, "Do you want these 2 kinds?" Chu Wanning said, "Not bad." The man did not speak again. The 2 of them were far apart, each with their own thoughts. They washed in silence. Chu Wanning washed and felt a little more comfortable. Then, he carefully stood out from the depths of the waterfall. After all, the place where he was originally standing was too fast, and the rush made him uncomfortable. However, as soon as he came out, the man looked in his direction again. It was fine if he looked over, but Chu Wanning always felt that this guy's gaze was strange. It was as if he had something to say to her, but he was hesitating whether he should go forward. He stared at Chu Wanning until she felt goosebumps all over her body. After washing for a while, Chu Wanning couldn't stand it anymore, so he decided to leave first. Unfortunately, his clothes were at the entrance of the pool, so he had to go back the way he came to put them on. Chu Wanning had no choice but to brace himself, grit his teeth, and walk to the place where the man was standing. Unexpectedly, when she walked in front of the man and there was a short distance between them, the man suddenly moved as well. He tied up his long hair and swung his wet hair as he followed behind Chu Wanning, preparing to get out of the shower as well. The veins on Chu Wanning's forehead throbbed violently as he quickened his pace. Who would have thought that the man would be so shameless as he also quickened his pace? Chu Wanning. The golden light of heaven's inquisition was already flowing on his fingertips. The reason why he resisted summoning his weapon was not because he was afraid of injuring others, but because he felt that no matter what, he had to put on his clothes first before fighting. Therefore, he walked faster. This time, the man did not follow him. The man stopped. Chu Wanning heaved a sigh of relief, but halfway through, he couldn't even finish his sigh. Then he heard the man behind him say, "There's foam in your hair. Aren't you going to wash it clean?" Just as Chu Wanning was fuming, the man slowly walked over again. This time, he was very close, and his voice was very clear. He was right behind him. If Chu Wanning wasn't so angry, he should be able to recognize that although the voice had changed, it was still vaguely familiar. Unfortunately, his heart was filled with raging flames and turbulent currents. "You." The man still wanted to say something. Chu Wanning finally couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly turned around, and the golden light in his hand suddenly appeared. With a whoosh, he slammed it down on the man's face. His eyes were as bright as a knife. Chu Wanning was unable to restrain his anger. He couldn't wait to explode and kill him. "Are you crazy?" The light of heaven's inquisition split open the hazy mist and swept towards the man's chest. In an instant, the golden light illuminated the man's face. Chu Wanning saw a pair of eyes. They were bright, gentle, and shy. They were like fireflies in the galaxy, accompanied by the surging wind and clouds, but also like the calm water, hiding the past. Emo ran? His hand wanted to stop, but it was too late. The willow vine hissed and struck Emo Ran's firm and smooth chest. Emo Ran groaned, but didn't make any sound. He only lowered his head for a while. When he raised his face again, there was still no resentment in his eyes. It was just that they were wet, as if they had just experienced a lingering rain. Chu Wanning suddenly withdrew his heaven's inquisition and stood stiffly in place. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, Why didn't you dodge? Immerse said, Mas Shizun. Chu Wanning was stunned. He had imagined many times when they would meet again, but he never thought that he would meet him at the wonderful sound pool, in the hot spring water. What are you doing here? When did you come back? Just now, Immerse said softly. I was in a hurry, and my body was too dirty. I couldn't look, so I wanted to take a bath first, then pay my respects to Shizun. I didn't expect. Chu Wanning was speechless for a while. They didn't expect. Both of them wanted to meet each other in a dignified and proper manner. Immerse probably wanted to appear in front of Chu Wanning immaculately and tidily. The result? Not only was it not proper, it was also ridiculous. Not only was it not dignified, it was also ridiculous. Not only was he not immaculately dressed, but he was also naked. Being clean and tidy barely met the criteria. If he wasn't so clean that he didn't even have clothes on, he wouldn't be wearing anything. Shizun, it's really you. Immerse didn't care too much about this. For 5 years, Chu Wanning was asleep, and he was awake. To Chu Wanning, it was just a dream, but to him, it was more than 1,000 days. His feelings were far more complicated than Chu Wanning's. His eyes were slightly red, and he suppressed his surging emotions. It's been so long, just now. I didn't dare to admit it. I felt that I recognized the wrong person. I even thought. Chu Wanning felt his brain buzzing, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a while, he said, If you weren't sure, why didn't you come and ask me yourself? Why did you follow behind me without saying anything? I also wanted to ask. Immerse said softly, but it's been 5 years. Suddenly, I seem to see Shizun right in front of me. I actually feel like I'm dreaming. Being close to home made him even more nervous. He didn't dare to ask the person. Most likely, when he saw his silhouette, he felt this way. In these 5 years, he had already dreamed too much. He was afraid that he would go crazy again and wake up with tears on the pillow. The so-called meeting was just a false joy. Chu Wanning's heart was in a mess, but she could only force herself to remain calm. It was really hard on her. Her heart was clearly wet, but she still had to dryly say, What kind of dream could be this ridiculous? Hearing Chu Wanning's reply, Immerse was slightly startled at first. Then he seemed to think of something. He pursed his lips, a halo flowing in the depths of his eyes. In fact, he originally didn't want to talk about that matter as soon as they met, but after hesitating, he felt that if he didn't take advantage of the fact that Chu Wanning hadn't built up a wall yet to ask, it would be difficult to have another chance in the future. So he paused, then said, Shizun doesn't remember? Don't remember what? Immerse's eyes were dark, deep, and bottomless. You told me before. Dreams that are too good are often not real. That's only because. Chu Wanning suddenly paused, suddenly realizing that he had said this when Jin Chengqi saved Immerse. Because at that time, his heart was really uncomfortable, so he said such a depressing sentence. After so long, he could still easily remember it. But how did Immerse know that the person who saved Jin Chengqi was actually him? Could it be that Shirmei told him? Chu Wanning raised his eyes to look at him, only to see that Immerse was also looking at him. At this time, he suddenly realized that Immerse wasn't sure of the truth at all. The reason he said this was only to observe his reaction. Immerse said softly, So it really is Shizun? Chu Wanning. Immerse raised his hand. The skin on his chest was cut open, and blood seeped out. He smiled bitterly. These years, I've always thought about the past, and wanted to know what Shizun had done for me. I thought about a lot of things, and then I also thought about the illusion at Jin Chengqi. Shirmei has never directly called my name. He paused, then continued. Those memories, the more I thought about them, the more painful it was. So I wanted to wait for Shizun to wake up and see you. There are many things that I want to ask you personally about. The thing that I want to ask the most is, Shizun, the person who saved me at the bottom of the pool, was actually you, right? As Immerse said this, he walked towards him. Chu Wanning wanted to retreat, because he suddenly realized that Immerse was so tall, like a mountain. Every inch of his body seemed to contain a strength that could take a person's life. He suddenly realized that Mo Rant's eyes were so bright, like the rising sun falling into the two pools of spiritual light. Wherever the light rippled, it was full of multicolored light. Chu Wanning felt flustered for no reason. He said, "It wasn't me." Mo Ran obviously didn't believe him. In his panic, Chu Wanning grabbed onto another topic, as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. But because he was too shocked, too nervous, and too embarrassed, he even forgot that he had just asked this question, and Mo Ran had already answered him. He looked at the man whose chest he had cut open and said, "I accidentally injured you just now. Why didn't you dodge?" Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment. Suddenly, his thick eyelashes drooped, and he smiled. "You said that the dream was too good to be true." He also answered again. After a pause, he seemed to murmur, "I wanted to feel pain. If it hurts, it can't be fake." He had already walked over and stood in front of Chu Wanning. It was probably because of this sudden reunion that the joy and gentleness in his heart, as well as pity and sorrow, surpassed everything else. Mo Ran didn't think of anything else, didn't let his imagination run wild. He even forgot that he should maintain a proper distance from Chu Wanning, a distance that a master and disciple should have. But he didn't. When love was deep, he would always remember that the person in front of him was Wanning, not Shizun. Mo Rant's eyes became more and more wet and red. He smiled and raised his arm. "I think I was splashed by the water just now." As he said this, he wiped his face and eyes. Chu Wanning looked up at him in a daze. Because he had been looking forward to Mo Rant's return for a long time, he was slightly more clear-headed than Mo Ran. But it was precisely because of this trace of clear-headedness that he had extra thoughts to pay attention to the current state of the two of them. They were wearing nothing and standing face to face as they spoke. Mo Ran was still so close to him. If he moved forward a little more, he could hug him just like in the world of spirits and souls. He didn't want to look up at Mo Ran's handsome face, but when he looked down a few inches, he saw tall and straight shoulders and broad chest. The blood from the Heaven's Inquisition slowly dissipated, and the water droplets that had yet to dry trembled slightly with Mo Rant's breathing. Chu Wanning didn't even know if this sturdy chest was hotter, or the water was hotter. He only felt that the surroundings were filled with Mo Rant's breath, and he was about to lose his soul. "Shizun, I what?" Before Mo Ran could say anything, he saw Chu Wanning suddenly turn around and run. He was stunned. He was really running. It was the first time he saw Chu Wanning in such a hurry to run away, as if there was something behind him that could take his life and chew up his soul. "I really miss you." Mo Ran stood in the same place. Because of inertia, he said this sentence in a daze, and then pursed his lips. Why did he have to run? Mo Ran felt a little wronged. When he got ashore, he saw Chu Wanning, whose face was alternating between green and red, and he couldn't help but feel even more wronged. "Shizun," he muttered. Chu Wanning ignored him. "Shizun." Chu Wanning still ignored him and wrapped his waist. "Shizun, what are you doing?" After putting on his clothes with great difficulty, Chu Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his face and reason had returned to his flesh and blood with the cover of the robe. He raised his sword-like eyebrows angrily, and his pair of sharp phoenix eyes glared fiercely at the traitorous disciple who dared to be taller than him. "What can't we talk about outside? You're talking to me naked. What do you think you look like?" Mo Ran was a little embarrassed. He curled his hand into a fist and coughed. "I don't want to be naked either." "Then why don't you put on your clothes first?" Mo Ran paused, and his gaze shifted to the side. He looked at the peach blossom tree next to him and said, "It's like this." He took a deep breath and finally made up his mind to say it. "Shizun, you're wearing my clothes." After saying this, Mo Ran stared at the swaying peach blossoms, and his face turned a little red. Chapter 129. In a short moment, Chu Wanning's mind was in turmoil. Wind and rain intersected, thunder roared, lightning flashed, and black clouds splashed. To take them off, or not to take them off? This was a deadly question. Not taking them off seemed to be inappropriate. He already knew that he was wearing the wrong clothes. He couldn't pretend that he didn't hear Imo Rant's words just now, could he? Take them off. How could he have the face? He had put on the clothes with great difficulty. He couldn't take them off one by one in front of Imo Ran. There was a strange silence. Imo Ran said, however, I washed these clothes very well. If Shizun doesn't mind, then wear them. Chu Wanning said, and Imo Ran sighed in relief. He had always been a bit slow. When he spoke just now, he didn't realize that Chu Wanning had already put on more than half of his clothes. If he reminded him at this time, would he be forcing Shizun to take off his clothes in front of him? That scene only lightly ignited a cluster of sparks in Imo Rant's heart, but it burned him. His face turned even redder. Fortunately, he was used to running around outside these years. He was no longer as soft and tender as he was when he was young. His wheat-colored skin was not easy to see, but he felt that the sound of his heartbeat was a bit loud. He had a guilty conscience and was afraid that Chu Wanning would hear it. So he hurriedly lowered his head to take Chu Wanning's clothes and put them on. After tidying up his clothes, the two looked at each other and fell into another layer of awkwardness. It didn't fit. Imo Ran wore Chu Wanning's clothes. It was obviously a bit tight. The lapels couldn't be folded and the lapels were open, revealing a large area of tight honey-colored chest muscles. Half of his legs were exposed. It looked like he was stretched too thin and had an indescribable grievance. Chu Wanning's situation wasn't any better. He was wearing Imo Rant's outer robe, and the ends of the robe were touching the ground. Not only did it cover his entire feet, it even dragged on the ground. A section of the white robe was draped over his back like a cloud of smoke. He looked quite handsome and proper, but this meant that he was now much shorter than Imo Ran. Chu Wanning was a little hurt. He pulled a long face and said, "Let's go." It meant, "I'm leaving." Imo Ran didn't understand and thought that he was inviting him to go with him. So he nodded and took the initiative to get a wooden basin and a change of clothes for his Shizun and eagerly followed behind him. Chu Wanning. The two of them walked to the entrance of the bath and pulled open the curtain. The outside was not as cool as the hot springs nearby, and it was a little cooler. Chu Wanning couldn't help but shiver. Imo Ran saw this and asked, "Are you cold?" "Not cold." By now, how could Imo Ran not know that he was being stubborn? So he smiled and said, "I'm a little cold." As he said this, he raised his hand and twisted it in the air. A red glow leaped out of his palm, and a layer of cold, dispelling enchantment instantly enveloped the two of them. The enchantment was very beautiful. It flowed with brilliance, and there were fine flower marks at the top. Chu Wanning raised his head and looked, his expression unreadable. "Not bad. You've improved. Not as good as Shizun. It's about time. The cold dispelling enchantment that I made may not be better than this." Chu Wanning looked at it attentively for a while, looking at the faint flower marks on the light array, and said, "The peach blossoms are very beautiful. They are heighting." Chu Wanning's heart trembled slightly, and a ripple appeared in the depths of his eyes. Imo Ran said, "The flower has 5 petals." Chu Wanning sneered. Out of habit, he wanted to cover the wavering in his eyes, so he pretended to be calm, and even a little mocking. "Learning from me?" Unexpectedly, the man's gaze was pure and straightforward. He looked at him magnanimously and nodded. "I didn't learn well. I made a fool of myself in front of Shizun." Chu Wanning was a little speechless. The two of them walked side by side in silence. After walking for a while, Chu Wanning didn't want to stand beside him, so his pace quickened. Imo Ran followed behind and suddenly asked, "Shizun, I didn't make it back in time for the banquet. Are you angry?" "No." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" "Then why are you walking so fast?" Of course, Chu Wanning couldn't say, "Because you're too tall." He was silent for a while, looked at the sky and said, "Because it seems like it's going to rain soon." In the end, he jinxed it. Not long after he finished speaking, in the originally gloomy sky, droplets of water really fell, scattering into the beaded curtain. Imo Ran smiled. His smile was still as good-looking as it was 5 years ago. Because it had a little more sincerity, it looked particularly dazzling. Chu Wanning stared at him. "What are you giggling about?" "Nothing." Imo Ran's dimples were very deep, very sweet. The young man was very tall, but his eyelashes fluttered. When he looked back at him, he was very obedient, without the slightest bit of arrogance. He was even a little shy as he said, "It's just that I haven't seen Shizun in a long time. Now that I see you, I'm very happy." Chu Wanning looked at him, at the dimples on his cheeks. He originally thought that these two pools of sweetness would always belong to Shi Mingjing, but later he found that this was not the case. It turned out that as long as he paid with his life, he could actually get a jar by luck. Chu Wanning scolded him. "Idiot." Immerse Rant's eyelashes drooped down, long and slender. He really did laugh like a fool. Because of this, Immerse Rant accidentally stepped on the hem of his clothes that he had been carefully avoiding. Chu Wanning lowered his head and looked at the ground, then looked at him. His expression was dignified, but he did not say anything. Immerse Rant was very straightforward. "These clothes are a little too big for Shizun." He really had to touch a sore spot. Immerse Rant sent Chu Wanning all the way back to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. Chu Wanning was actually a little unused to it. He was used to coming and going by himself. He rarely had the opportunity to share an umbrella with others, whether it was an oil paper umbrella or a barrier umbrella. So when he was halfway there, he stopped and said, "I'll do it myself. It's just a barrier." Immerse Rant was stunned. "You're walking well, why? How can a master let a disciple hold an umbrella? But Shizun has done many things for me." Immerse Rant was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, "In these 5 years, I've been hoping to become better every day. Because Shizun knows everything and can do everything by himself. I just want to know a little more than Shizun. This way, Shizun can use me and repay Shizun." After training for so long, I still feel like I can't repay Shizun's kindness in this lifetime. So, he lowered his head, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists by his legs. The rain on the ground gradually gathered into a stream, and the water splashed again and again. "So in the future, you should leave small matters like holding an umbrella to me." Chu Wanning did not say anything, and looked at him quietly. "I want to hold an umbrella for Shizun for the rest of my life." Chu Wanning felt his heart burn. It was clearly such a heartwarming sentence, but when he heard it, he suddenly felt like crying. After going through so much pain, he would not easily show weakness. He was like a traveler who had walked for a long time, and finally found a place to stay, a place to lie down and rest. He fell, and his bones felt like they were falling apart. In this lifetime, Immerse Rant was 22 years old this year. Someone once said that after a person turned 20, the time they saw was different from before. Before 20, 3 years, 5 years, they all seemed so long that they could call it a lifetime. But after 20 years, they would begin to feel that time was rushing by, that the dead would not return, and that everything was in a rush. He said that he wanted to stop in this rush and hold an umbrella for him. Chu Wanning had received too little warmth in her life. When such kindness suddenly filled her chest, she only felt that it was very painful. He looked at Immerse Rant, at the man with his head lowered. He suddenly said, "Immerse Rant, look at me." The man raised his face. Chu Wanning said, "Say that again." Immerse Rant looked at him. To Chu Wanning, this face was still somewhat unfamiliar. It was different from those people in his memory, from those ridiculous drunken dreams of the past. He was gentle, steady, and resolute. He had the passion of fire and the strength of iron. His 2 eyes met Chu Wanning's gaze. There was no hesitation, no flicker in them. The last time Chu Wanning had looked at him 5 years ago, he was still a young man who had yet to shed his childishness. In the blink of an eye, he had become such a handsome and resolute man. This man knelt down on one knee in front of him, raised his head, and said, "Shizun, I want to hold an umbrella for you for the rest of my life." Chu Wanning stared at him in a daze, looking at his pitch-black eyebrows, his handsome face, his bright eyes, his high nose. He had already grown into an extremely fine pine and cypress tree, standing at the same height as him, and then surpassing him. One day, Chu Wanning, this tree that had stood tall in the wind and rain for far too long, suddenly woke up from a dream. He blinked and saw that the rain had stopped, the clouds had dispersed, and in the fresh and tender morning sun, there was a tree that was taller than him, even more resolute, standing erect next to him. When the wind blew, specks of golden light appeared, and tens of thousands of pines rustled. This tree said that it would accompany him for the rest of his life. Until they fell, until the sick tree withered, no more branches. In the future, every spring, summer, autumn, and winter, he would no longer be alone. Chu Wanning stared at him and suddenly understood. Immo Ran was no longer that blood-stained, inexperienced disciple that he had carried back from Colored Butterfly Town 5 years ago. He stood in the rain, standing under the barrier of fluttering begonia flowers. For the first time, he carefully examined Immo Ran without missing a single inch. He examined the life this man had promised him. Then, Chu Wanning's heartbeat suddenly sped up. He suddenly realized that Immo Ran's current appearance was actually so captivating. From the arched nose to his lips, from the sharp lines of his chin to his Adam's apple. If it was said that he only loved Immo Ran deeply in the past, he could still hide it. But today, when they met again, he felt that this man had become a fire that could easily ignite this pile of dry wood. The fire that could cover the sky and cover the sun could almost burn the sky. He felt that the lava that had always been sleeping in his heart was awakening, stretching its muscles and bones in the abyss, ready to erupt violently at any time. That lava was going to destroy the reserved, arrogant, and ascetic nature that he had always been proud of. Everything would be burned to ashes. Burned to ashes. Chapter 130. Chu Wanning's breathing was a bit heavy, his throat a bit dry. He was not willing to admit defeat like this, so he made things difficult for him. He suppressed the fire in his heart and still asked lightly, "Forever? Forever? I may walk very quickly and not care about you. It doesn't matter, I'll chase. I may also stand and not want to walk. I'll stand with Shizun." Chu Wanning was very anxious by his unthinking answer. He flicked his sleeve and said, "Then what if I can't walk? I'll carry you." Chu Wanning, Immo Ran was stunned for a moment. He felt that it was a bit disrespectful and abrupt, so he opened his eyes wide and waved his hand anxiously. "I'll carry you." Chu Wanning's heart beat faster and faster. He had to do all he could to suppress his desire to help this man up and touch him. This restlessness made him frown. He looked very anxious and a bit angry. "Who wants you to carry me?" Immo Ran opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. His Shizun was so hard to please. He couldn't carry her on his back or hug her. He couldn't carry her, let alone drag her. He was very stupid. He didn't know how to make Chu Wanning happy. So he lowered his head in disappointment, like a dog abandoned. He whispered, "Then I won't walk. If you want to get wet, I'll accompany you." Chu Wanning was forced to do nothing by this tight entanglement. He was a person who was used to being independent, so he almost said without thinking, "I don't want you to accompany me." Immo Ran finally did not speak. From Chu Wanning's angle, he could only see his broad forehead, dark eyebrows, and 2 rows of long eyelashes. They hung down like a curtain of fog, slightly trembling, as if there was a wind blowing the curtain up and down. "Shizun." Chu Wanning anxiously refused, causing Immo Ran to misunderstand his intentions. Immo Ran said, "Are you still angry with me?" Chu Wanning was still immersed in the throbbing of his heart and couldn't get rid of it, so he didn't hear clearly. He only said, "What?" "When I was in the ghost realm, I told Master that I was sorry many times, but I knew that it wasn't enough. For the past 5 years, I have spent every moment in guilt. I know that I owe you. Chu Wanning, I also want to do better. At least when I stand in front of you, I don't feel that I'm too dirty, and I don't feel that I can't hold my head up. But I can't catch up to you. Almost every day when I wake up, I'm worried that this isn't a dream. I'm worried that when I wake up, you won't be here anymore." The words you said to me when you saved me in the Jinqing pool kept ringing in my ears. You said that the dream was too good to be real, so I was very sad. Immo Ran's voice was somewhat hoarse. He still had some things to say, but he didn't want to. He felt that he didn't have the face to continue talking about this in front of Chu Wanning. How could he be so heartless as to let Chu Wanning know about the various things that happened in the past 5 years? He Sometimes, when he was alone in the snow valley, he couldn't tell the time apart, and he couldn't tell where he was. At that time, he would take a needle and stab himself. It was very painful, but when the pain was enough, he knew that his divine sense was still awake and that he was still in this world. He knew that all this wasn't a dream he had in his previous life. When he woke up, he wouldn't see the peak of life and death where things were still the same, but people had changed. He wouldn't see Xue Ming with eyes full of hatred. He wouldn't see the Confucian Wind sect razed to the ground. He wouldn't see Chu Wanning lying in the Red Lotus Pavilion, just like when he was alive. Just like when he was alive. Just like when he was alive. What other 4 words could be more painful than this? Strangely enough, when he found out that Chu Wanning had died in order to save him, when he went down to the ghost realm to save him, although his heart was in pain, he had never felt such uncontrollable despair. But as the floating life faded away, as time gradually passed, as the day of Chu Wanning's awakening approached, Immerse felt more and more pain, more and more like his heart was being cut by a knife. It seemed that the time spent alone gave him more time to think. It also seemed that in the days when he wasn't with Chu Wanning, he was so hysterical, trying his best to imitate that person, hating that he couldn't tear himself to pieces and replace himself with Chu Wanning's reflection. In short, many things that he didn't pay attention to, didn't think deeply about, and gradually forgot, all came back to his mind. Those past events were like a wet beach exposed after the tide had receded. He stood alone on the beach. The waves had died out. Everything was so clear. He remembered his previous life, where the smoke of war was everywhere, and there was no way out. Xue Ming had come to the peak of life and death. In the Magus Mountain Palace, which had been completely destroyed, Xue Ming had questioned him word by word with tears in her eyes. Why did he treat his master like this? Xue Ming once forced him to turn back before he died. He said, Immerse, think carefully. Put down your ferocious hatred. Turn back and take a look. He once took you to practice martial arts and protected you thoroughly. He once taught you to read, write poems, and paint. He once learned to cook for you, clumsily, and his hands were full of injuries. He once waited for you to come back day and night, alone from dark to dawn. At that time, Immerse didn't listen, and he refused to look. Now, he walked to the shore of fate, and the tide was low. He lowered his head and looked at his feet, and saw a lost heart. That heart used to treat him so well. It was so sincere that it was about to die, and its blood was about to dry up. It was he who was headstrong and didn't see it, and he stepped on it. Just like that, he stepped on Chu Wanning's heart. Every time Immerse thought of this, he felt cold all over, and his flesh was mangled. What did he do? What did he do? 2 lifetimes, 16 years. When did he ever repay Chu Wanning? When had there ever been a day when he put Chu Wanning first in his heart? Bastard! Was he a heart of wood and stone? Why didn't he feel pain? In these 5 years, how many times did he see Chu Wanning return in white in his dreams, and his face was the same as before? When he woke up, his pillow was wet. He said every day, Chu Wanning, master, I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's my fault. He said it every day, but it didn't reduce his guilt in the slightest. Later, when he saw the fragrance of spring, he would think of him. When he saw the falling snow in winter, he would also think of him. Later, every morning was golden, just like Chu Wanning's soul. Every night was black, just like Chu Wanning's eyes. Later, every wisp of moonlight was like his sleeves brushing the snow. Every rising sun was like the warmth in his eyes. Later, he saw Chu Wanning's figure in the red clouds at the edge of the sky, in the blue morning light, in the heroic sea of clouds. He was everywhere. Because of this pain and longing, his hatred for his lowly birth gradually faded away, and his fanatical infatuation with Xue Mei faded away. One day, he saw a snow-covered winter jasmine poking out of a crack in the wall outside the snowy valley. He looked at it calmly for a while, and just thought as usual. He thought, ah, this flower is so beautiful. If Master saw it, he would definitely like it. He just faintly thought, thinking of the simplest, most casual thing. When Chu Wanning died, it didn't drive him crazy, but the grief that crushed him suddenly roared and rushed to him. A dike of 1,000 li could be destroyed by an ant's nest, and he suddenly collapsed. He broke down and cried bitterly. The deep valley was vast, and the wild geese were frightened and cold. His voice was so hoarse and ugly, and he was ashamed to cry for that golden flower that grew proudly in the snow. 5 years. He had never forgiven himself. Master, I'm sorry. I did my best to rush back today, and I also brought a gift for you. I don't want to see you empty-handed when I see you. That forced calmness finally dissipated. That forced calmness finally collapsed. Immerse knelt in front of Chu Wanning. He finally lost his composure. Now, only in front of Chu Wanning would he lose his composure. I am still very stupid. After you came back to life, the first thing I promised you, I couldn't do it. It's my fault. Seeing him like this, Chu Wanning couldn't bear to see him like this. He had always liked Immerse, and now that they were reunited after such a long time, how could he bear to let him suffer like this? But when he heard him say this, he hesitated and asked, "Why did you come late today?" Originally, I could still make it, but at Colored Butterfly Town, I encountered some demons. You were delayed in killing the demons? I'm sorry. Immerse lowered his head. Not only was it delayed, even the gift I prepared for Master was almost destroyed. I was also covered in dirty blood, so I hurriedly came to take a bath, but in the end, Chu Wanning's heart softened. Grandmaster this Immerse was indeed different from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he was still selfish, but now, he knew what was important and what was not. Chu Wanning was not a person who only thought about romance. If Immerse saw the Colored Butterfly Town and didn't care about the demons, he would be angry. But now, this man who was obediently kneeling in front of him, clumsily asking for forgiveness, he felt that this man was so stupid that it was somewhat cute. Chu Wanning slowly stepped forward, a warm feeling surging in her heart. She reached out her hand and was about to help Immerse up when she suddenly heard Immerse say in a muffled voice, "Shizun, please don't expel me from the sect." This time, it was Chu Wanning's turn to be stunned. He didn't know that Immerse was so guilty and uneasy, so he didn't expect Immerse to say this. He hesitated. Why, even if it's raining, I accompany you, chase you, guard you, carry you, hug you. You don't want it. You're not satisfied. I beg you, don't expel me. Immerse finally raised his face. Chu Wanning's heart trembled. He saw that this man's eyes were slightly red, and there was a mist in them. Chu Wanning was always decisive, but at this time, he suddenly didn't know what to do. He was at a loss. You're 22 this year. Why are you still pausing? He sighed and said, "Get up first." Immerse suddenly raised his arm, fiercely rubbed his eyes, and stubbornly said, "If Master doesn't want me, I won't get up." He was still a hooligan. Chu Wanning had a headache. He pursed his lips, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him up. Under the touch of his fingertips, he only felt that the muscles were strong, and the flesh was hot. This young and strong body was no longer the same as when he was a teenager. When Chu Wanning touched him, he suddenly felt a throbbing in his chest. He was stunned, and suddenly let go of his hand. Fortunately, Immerse was still upset, and didn't notice Chu Wanning's abnormality. But Chu Wanning stared at his hand in disbelief for a while, and his heart was in a perilous situation. What happened to me? Could it be that after 5 years of deep sleep, I've thrown my pure heart and few desires to the back of my mind? When he raised his eyes again, he looked at Immerse in astonishment. Or was it that this person in front of him had changed so much that he couldn't control himself anymore? Immerse bit his lip for a while, as if he was determined to stay stubborn, the kind that couldn't be driven away. "Please don't drive me away, Master." As he said this, he wanted to kneel again. How could Chu Wanning dare to help him up again? He hurriedly stopped him. "If you kneel again, I really don't want you anymore." Immerse was stunned for a moment. He blinked his eyes, and suddenly understood. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Master, you don't blame me. You don't get angry at me because I didn't keep my promise today?" Chu Wanning said angrily, "When have I ever been so narrow-minded?" Immerse was excited, and couldn't help but want to hug him. This scared Chu Wanning. He took a step back, and his sword-like eyebrows were raised in anger. What are you doing? Where are your manners? Imo Ran suddenly realized that he had lost his manners and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I forgot my manners. Chu Wanning's ears were red, and he said coldly, You're already in your 20s, but you're still so unruly. Imo Ran's ears were also red, and he muttered, It's my fault. It's my fault seemed to have become his catchphrase. When Chu Wanning heard this, he was a little angry, a little amused, a little sympathetic, and a little warm. He raised the curtain of his eyelashes, and his gaze rested on the corners of his eyes, and then he faintly glanced at Imo Ran again. This time, he saw a handsome, tall, and straight man. His wheat-colored face was slightly red, and he didn't know if it was because the steam from the hot spring had not dissipated, or if it was for some other reason. The moisture in the surroundings seemed to have been evaporated by his sunlight, and it made his eyes even darker and brighter, shining brightly. Dong! Chu Wanning felt his heart tremble, and his fingertips seemed to have the same burning temperature when he touched Imo Ran just now. He suddenly swallowed dryly and didn't dare to look at Imo Ran again. He cursed, Idiot! Then he suddenly turned and left. The barrier above his head didn't change, and Imo Ran really did as he promised and chased after him. Chu Wanning lowered his eyelids and didn't dare to look back. He knew that his eyes were filled with love and desire that couldn't be hidden anymore, and it was as hot as the fire on his fingertips and couldn't be contained. He had finally destroyed him. 5 years ago, Imo Ran couldn't do it, but 5 years later, this man had done it. He had won his heart and sunk him into the sea of desire. From now on, Chu Wanning was no more than a mortal, a body of flesh and blood, captivated by lust, living in a net, unable to escape. Chapter 131. That night, Chu Wanning was lying on his bed in the Red Lotus Pavilion. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He was thinking about how Imo Ran grew up to become what he was today. Grandmaster Imo Weiyu. When he closed his eyes, all he could see was that man's face full of heroic spirit, his eyes burning with determination and gentleness. Chu Wanning cursed and kicked the quilt heavily. The quilt slid off the edge of the bed. He lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. He looked up at the beam of the room with torment in his eyes. He tried his best to break free from the sea of desire and cut off the threads of love until he was completely exhausted. Imo Weiyu, you bastard, he muttered. He turned his head, but he couldn't get rid of his thoughts. The fiery and firm body he saw in the wonderful sound pool seemed to still be swaying in front of him. He saw the broad shoulders and the sharp lines of the back. When he turned around, the hot spring water slowly flowed down the mermaid line. He suddenly sat up from the bed, his face ashen. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He casually grabbed a book, as if he was grabbing at a life-saving straw. Poor Chu Wanning, who had been brilliant all his life, was now reduced to relying on books to get rid of his inner demons. He didn't know which book Xue Ming had bought. When he opened it, he saw a dense row of small characters. At first, Chu Wanning couldn't read it, but after a while, he suddenly realized what he was reading. On the thin piece of paper, there was a line of words written in an extremely neat manner, ranking of the young heroes of the cultivation world. He knew every word, but when they were piled together, Chu Wanning couldn't understand. Young heroes. Size. Ranking? What size? Body size? Looking down, there was a sentence next to the slightly smaller handwriting. Because this ranking involves heroes, there are those who don't bathe outside and don't get close to women, so the list is incomplete. The scholarly Wind Sex heroes lack Nangong Si and Su Shuanglin size. The Lonely Moon Knight lacks Jiangxi size. The Peak of Life and Death lacks Xue Ming, Xiefengyan, Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning was stunned. What did it mean? Did they need to bathe outside and go to women to see their size? He even saw his own name on the list. He frowned and continued to read while tapping on the genealogy with his fingertips. Unfortunately, the first name made him choke. Imo Weiyu. Identity. Peak of life and death's young master Mo Chu Wanting recalled Imo Rant's figure. This kid was indeed tall and imposing, but he couldn't possibly be ranked first, could he? Looking further down, it said, "What I saw when I was bathing in Diu Hall is definitely not a vulgar thing. It is truly admirable." Chu Wanning vaguely felt that something was amiss, but she was used to having pure thoughts. Therefore, even after pondering for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what was wrong. She could only continue reading. What nonsense is this? Chu Wanning was a little disgusted. Although shoes and hairpins can increase and decrease one size, it shouldn't be too big. Why do you have to wait until someone is bathing to peek? Why are such miscellaneous books popular nowadays? He saw the third name. Mei Hanshue. Identity. Senior brother of Kunlun's Treading Snow Palace. This time, the small words next to it were different. It didn't say things like bathing, but chunning brothel servant's husband, with the help of women from the cultivation world. Young Master Mei, this thing can make a woman's body soft into water and bones into mud. It's not a problem to sleep with 10 people at night. Chu Wanning was speechless. After a few moments of silence, Elder Yu Heng's head buzzed and exploded. He threw the booklet from one side of the bedroom to the other like a hot potato. His face was as red as fire, and his eyes flashed. He was so angry that he was stunned. What did he see? What size? No matter how slow-witted he was, he finally realized what was going on. What size could it be? Shameless. Shameless. Filthy. Shameless. After sitting on the bed for a long time, Chu Wanning still felt unsatisfied. He got off the bed and picked up the booklet. His fingers exerted force, and the paper was immediately shattered into pieces. However, the words, "absolutely not vulgar, admirable," were like red-hot iron, burning the bottom of his heart. His face and ears were red, and his heart was like thunder. He was an extremely upright person. When he was at the wonderful sound pool, he deliberately shifted his gaze upwards and didn't look where he shouldn't be looking. Coupled with the fact that the pool was filled with steam, his body was enshrouded in mist. Even if he looked, he wouldn't be able to see clearly. However, at this moment, this dirty book presented this scene right in front of his eyes. And words were often more vivid than pictures, making it easier to imagine. Absolutely not vulgar. Chu Wanning fiercely wiped his face. After a long time, he grabbed the quilt and covered his head. What exactly did I encounter on the first day I came out of seclusion? Chu Wanning thought bitterly. The world has changed, and I wish for nothing more than to lie down and die again. However, Elder Yu Hong had always been strict with himself. Even if he didn't have a good night's sleep, no matter how shocked he was in his heart, he still woke up on time the next day, washed up and dressed neatly. He still had a dignified and ascetic face as he floated down the South Peak. Today was the monthly Academy inspection. The good and evil stage sparkled with light. Thousands of disciples were practicing martial arts there, and the elders were inspecting on the high stage. Although he hadn't been here for 5 years, Chu Wanning's position hadn't changed. It was still set to the left of Shuizhengyou. He wore white clothes that dragged on the ground, and his expression was gloomy. He walked up the limestone steps, and then with a flick of his sleeve, he directly sat on the empty seat and poured himself a pot of tea. He drank as he watched. Seeing his bad expression, Shuizhengyou thought that Chu Wanning was angry because Imo Ran didn't come to the banquet yesterday. So he leaned over and whispered with some flattery, "Chu Wanning, Ranner is back." Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning's eyebrows twitched, and his expression became worse. "Yes, I've seen him." "Ah, you've seen him?" Shuizhengyou was startled, and then nodded. "That's good. How was it? Did it become a little too much?" Yes, Chu Wanning didn't really want to continue talking to Shuizhengyou about Imo Ran. After all, since yesterday, he had been repeatedly muttering the curse of absolutely not vulgar and admirable in his mind. He also didn't plan to look for Imo Ran in the vast sea of people below. He only lowered his head and looked at the table. So many fresh fruits and snacks. Shuizhengyou smiled. "It's not too early, right? Eat more if you like." Chu Wanning didn't hold back. He took a piece of lotus pastry and ate it with the hot tea. The color of the lotus pastry gradually became orderly. From the bottom of the petals to the tip, it was crimson like cardamom. The layers of the pastry were distinct, and when it entered his mouth, the bean paste inside was sweet and sweet. The craftsmanship of Lin En's Cool Breeze Pavilion, Chu Wanning muttered. He turned to ask Shizun, was it made by the chef at Mingpalabi? No, Ran, specially brought it back to show filial piety to you. Shizun smiled. Look, there's nothing on the tables of the other elders. When he said this, Chu Wanning realized that only the wooden table in front of him was filled with all kinds of fruits and snacks. There were pastries and candied fruits, and there was even a small jasper-colored celadon bowl. The small lid was open, and there were exactly 3 sweet glutinous rice balls inside. The glutinous rice balls weren't made with ordinary white glutinous rice. Instead, they were made with lotus roots produced in Lin En. In the dough, there was one crystal-clear grain that had a jade-like color. Oh, Rander went to Mingpalabi this morning to borrow the kitchen to make these. The red one is filled with red bean paste, the yellow one is filled with peanuts and sesame seeds, and the green one is said to be made from the fine powder of Longjing tea. They're all quite fresh, but there's not enough of them. Shizun muttered. He was busy the whole morning and was very meticulous. He only made 3 of them. Chu Wanning, Yuheng, do you have enough? Yes. Chu Wanning was silent for a while before nodding. When he ate glutinous rice balls, he only ate 3 of them. The first one was sweet, the second one was sweet, and the third one was full. If he ate the 4th one, he would get sick of it. Mo Ran just happened to cook 3 pills. Coincidentally, it was exactly what he wanted, no more and no less. He scooped up the round and cute lotus root starch glutinous rice balls with a white porcelain spoon and brought them to his mouth. He felt that the size was just right for him to eat in one bite. It wasn't like the glutinous rice balls made by the Mingpalabi chefs during the Lantern Festival. The person who made the glutinous rice balls seemed to know very well how big his mouth could hold and how big his mouth should be to not feel uncomfortable. The soft filling seemed to be wrapped in endless intimacy. For some reason, this thought made Chu Wanning's heart stir. Then, he died of shame and covered it up with calmness. His culinary skills are not bad. It's a pity that he only made it for you. Others can't eat it, not even me, your uncle. Shizun sighed regretfully. Chu Wanning listened and lightly pursed his lips. He didn't say anything and only used the spoon to stir the hot water in the bowl. He had finished eating the glutinous rice balls. The sweetness was just right, and it slowly melted in his heart. After eating the snacks, Chu Wanning didn't care about the bustling practice below. He took a file from his desk and went to look at the corrections and changes in the past 5 years at the pinnacle of life and death. These things were organized by Shizun. It was concise and comprehensive. Chu Wanning finished reading the file quickly. He raised his hand to cover the file, but saw that there was a book under it. This is... He took it out. It was a very thick thread-bound book. Shizun glanced at it and smiled. It's also a gift from Ran. Yesterday, he said that he fought with evil spirits on the way back. The book was accidentally stained with blood and many pages were torn. He was embarrassed to give it to you personally, so he asked me to put it on your desk this morning. Chu Wanning nodded and opened the book. His slender hand stroked the head of the scroll. There were 4 words written in neat regular script. A letter to my teacher. His eyes widened slightly, and he was a little surprised. Was this a letter for him? His heart suddenly felt as if it was burned by charcoal. It was hot and painful. He looked up and wanted to look for Mo Ran in the vast sea of people below. However, all he saw was shining armor like a fish in a pond. He couldn't find him, so he continued to look at the letter. It turned out that every day after Chu Wanning went into seclusion, Mo Ran would miss his teacher. He had a lot of words in his heart, but he was afraid that he would forget them as time passed. Therefore, he found someone to make a sturdy book. It was a thick book with 1,825 pages of paper. He calculated that he would write a letter to his teacher every day for 5 years. He wrote everything, no matter how big or small, from eating a particularly disgusting rake to what he learned from today's cultivation. He originally calculated that 1,825 pages of paper would be enough. After he finished writing, his teacher would come out of seclusion. However, sometimes he couldn't stop. The words were squeezed into a small ball and rushed eagerly on the paper. He wished that he could let Chu Wanning see the buckthorn flowers of the North Desert and the haze of Changbai Mountain. He wished that he could hide the desserts he tasted today in the paper and wait for Chu Wanning to wake up to enjoy them together. Those lines of small words didn't stop from beginning to end. There were no sentimental words, nor were there any sad words. He just honestly recorded every brilliant moment in the past 5 years. He only shared the good things with him. Therefore, the 1 page per day that he calculated was naturally not enough in the end. He added a thick stack of letters at the back of the book. Chu Wanning slowly flipped through the pages. His eyes were a little wet. He looked at Immerse's handwriting from childish to upright, from upright to handsome. The newest ink stains seemed to have not dried yet, but the earliest handwriting was gradually turning green and yellow. The 4 words, "Write with my teacher," were written in every letter, and every letter was different. Slowly, time went from light hooves and fast horses to white hair. In the end, the feathers were painted in black and the iron could cut through gold. It was really restrained and elegant, horizontal and vertical curved lines. Chu Wanning turned to the last page. His fingers rubbed the 4 words at the top of the scroll. "Write with my teacher, write with my teacher." He looked at the dignified pen and ink. It was as if he saw the tip of Immerse's pen just hanging, the weasel hair put down. The man raised his head, no longer a teenager. From the first letter to the last, it was as if he saw Immerse grow from 16 to 22 years old. His figure gradually grew taller, and his eyes gradually deepened. But every day, he would sit in front of the desk and write a letter to him. "Teacher." Unknowingly, the martial arts practice ended. Chu Wanning heard someone calling him. He suddenly raised his head and saw Xue Ming at the front of the good and evil stage, waving at him excitedly. Beside Xue Ming, there was a man with wide shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a straight body. He was standing there quietly. The man's face was emitting heat after performing his martial arts. There was sweat on his forehead, and under the sunlight, there was a sparkling luster, like the bright fur of a cheetah. Immerse saw that Chu Wanning was looking at him. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. In the golden morning light, his smile was so charming and brilliant. It was like the swaying pine trees soaked in the rising sun. There was passion in his eyes, gentleness on his eyelashes, and his strong and straight face seemed to be a little shy. It was lively and passionate, dazzling people. What a handsome man. Chu Wanning calmly crossed her arms and sat on the high platform, looking down at him arrogantly. Bystanders could only see that his expression was still cold, but no one knew that his heart was already in chaos and had thrown away his helmet and armor. In the crowd, Immerse smiled. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at his clothes, then pointed at Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning did not react. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him in confusion. Immerse smiled even more brightly. He put his hands to his lips and quietly mouthed a few words. "Chu Wanning?" ? The leaves rustled in the morning wind. Immerse seemed to be a little helpless. He smiled, shook his head, and pointed at his clothes. Chu Wanning lowered his head. After a moment, his ears suddenly turned red. Under the guidance of his disciple, the awe-inspiring elder Yu Heng finally realized that he had woken up in a hurry in the morning. His clothes were in a mess in the Red Lotus Pavilion. He casually put on the clothes that he had taken from Immerse yesterday. No wonder when he was walking today, he felt like something was dragging on the ground. It was the hem of his clothes. "Immerse, you can do it." In a fit of anger, Chu Wanning turned her face away. "You don't have the foresight to mention that bastard who doesn't know what to do." Chapter 132. In the evening, the tired birds returned to their nests. The disciples of the Life and Death Summit finished their day's work and rushed to the Mingpa lobby. Immerse didn't leave. He stood beside the wooden dummy as if he was waiting for someone. Xue Ming's relationship with him had improved a lot over the years, especially after Immerse found a top-grade spirit stone to inlay in his launching saber. The hostility between the brothers was no longer so obvious. Xueming turned to him and asked, "Are you going to eat?" "I'll wait for a while." Mei stood under the afterglow of the setting sun. His skin was like jade, and his beauty was unparalleled. He stroked his hair and asked, "Immerse is waiting for Shizun?" Yes. Immerse had seen him during the morning cultivation. When he and Xueming worked together to repair the fissure in the sky, he had also seen Mei's figure surpass Xueming's. But at this time, the sun was setting. He and Xueming were standing one behind the other. Immerse felt a little awkward. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't think Mei was good-looking, but Immerse didn't know how to describe it. It was probably because he was used to seeing Mei's weak figure always being covered by Xueming. He didn't expect it to be reversed now. Immerse finally smiled at Mei and said, "I missed the banquet yesterday. I want to apologize to Shizun and invite him to eat at the foot of the mountain. So I won't be going to the Mingpa lobby today. If you guys want to go, you can come with me." Xueming and Mei weren't used to eating with Chu Wanning, so they looked at each other and left. Immerse had nothing to do, so he squatted on a large blue stone and played with a piece of green foxtail while waiting for Chu Wanning to come down the mountain. When the setting sun was extremely red and the crescent moon peeked out from the purple-red clouds, a person slowly walked out from the South Peak bamboo path. That person had changed into a refreshing white robe and was carrying a package in his hand. When he saw Immerse, he was stunned for a moment and his expression became uneasy. "I was just about to look for you. Why are you here?" "Waiting for Master to eat." As Immerse spoke, he jumped down from the stone, still holding the green foxtail grass in his hand, and smiled brilliantly. "There's a new restaurant in Wuchang Town. I heard that they hired a famous chef from the upper cultivation world in the past, and the pastries they make are the best. I want to invite Master to have a taste." Chu Wanning sized him up from head to toe. "You've grown up? You're rich now?" Immerse just smiled, but he didn't say anything. Chu Wanning snorted and threw the cloth package to him. Immerse caught it and asked, "What's this?" "Your clothes," Chu Wanning said, but he was already walking forward. Immerse quickly caught up with him and stood side by side with him. He said with a smile, "The material of this clothes is good. It's light but warm. If Master likes it, I can ask someone to make it smaller. It's okay. I don't wear clothes that other people have worn before." Immerse was slightly startled, and then he was a little embarrassed. "That's not what I meant. I saw Master wearing it this morning and thought Master liked it. I didn't think it through. I asked someone to go to that shop and ask someone to make a new one." Chu Wanning asked, "Do you know what size I wear?" Immerse thought, how could he not know Chu Wanning's size? He could estimate Chu Wanning's waist with his arms around. He knew that if Chu Wanning stood on tiptoe, his chin would reach his shoulder. In the past, when they were tangled together, Chu Wanning sometimes couldn't help but bite him. The 2 rows of sharp teeth marks near his collarbone wouldn't disappear even after several days. He also knew how long Chu Wanning's legs were. They were obviously strong during combat, but when they were wrapped around his waist, they were so helpless. His thin and slender calves would tremble slightly, and the tips of his toes would tighten. How could he not know how wide Chu Wanning's shoulders were? How could he not know how full and smooth the curve of his buttocks were? Chu Wanning was a virgin and didn't know what he was asking. He thought this question was very clever and stumped his good disciple Immerse. Chu Wanning flicked his sleeve and said, "I don't know what kind of clothes you're making." Immerse didn't know how to defend himself. He couldn't say that he knew. Even when he was kneading the glutinous rice balls, he couldn't help but think of Chu Wanning's figure yesterday. His well-proportioned and powerful figure in the midst of the Miao Yin pool was as tight and beautiful as he remembered. Thereupon his mind wandered. He recalled that Chu Wanning's lips were light in color and very thin. When she was forced to swallow him, it was always very painful and she couldn't open her mouth. His throat tightened and he felt like retching. Immerse closed his eyes and his Adam's apple moved, but he secretly scolded himself for being a bastard. Respect him. Love him. Don't have any wild thoughts. Respect him. Respect him. Taking 2 deep breaths, he managed to suppress his burning desire, but the glutinous rice balls he needed felt a little too big. If Shizun ate them, they would stick to his mouth, so he remade them. This time, all three were small and exquisite. Imo Ran pinched them between his fingers and thought for a while. After thinking for a while, Chu Wanning's thin lips opened slightly and wrapped the sweet glutinous rice balls in his mouth with his warm and soft mouth. The tip of his tongue rolled over like a cluster of warm fire, igniting Imo Ran's 7 emotions and 6 desires, taking Imo Ran's life. He even knew the size of the dessert that his mouth could hold like the back of his hand, but that guy Chu Wanning actually asked him if he knew the size of his clothes. This question was like the soft tip of a cat's tongue, licking his chest. Imo Ran didn't dare to think too much. He lowered his head and said, "Before making clothes, I naturally have to ask teacher." Chu Wanning felt a little strange and looked at him. "Do you have a cold?" "No." "Then why is your throat hoarse?" "Excessive heat." Chu Wanning froze for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned his face. He tightly pursed his lips, a haze between his eyebrows, but the back of his ears was a little red. This faint red color didn't fade until the two of them arrived at Wuchang Town and sat in a private room facing the window of the newly opened Zhongqiu Lu. This was the first time that Imo Ran seriously invited Chu Wanning to eat. Although he had invited him before, it was either out of courtesy or out of helplessness. His state of mind was indeed very different. The waiter of Zhongqiu Lu first brewed a pot of Mount Lu Yunwu and served them sunflower seeds and nuts. Then he respectfully handed 2 bamboo slips with the names of the dishes written on them to the 2 immortal masters at the peak of life and death. Imo Ran took the bamboo slips and smiled naturally at the waiter, saying, "Many thanks." Chu Wanning slightly raised his eyes and glanced at Imo Ran. This person didn't have the habit of saying thanks before. "Whatever Shizun wants to eat, feel free to order. But I recommend this restaurant's pine nut mandarin fish. I heard it's sweet and sour, and it's also very beautiful." Chu Wanning nodded. "Then I'll have one. You can do as you see fit with the rest." Imo Ran smiled. "Then I'll order according to Shizun's taste." Chu Wanning faintly said, "You know what I like to eat?" "Yes, I know." Although he knew before, he would always forget. He wouldn't in the future. Just as he was looking at the bamboo slips, he suddenly heard footsteps from the stairs. The beaded curtains made a tinkling sound. The waiter's voice sounded, "Ah, immortal master, please come this way. The 2 people you're looking for are sitting in the private room." "Yes, yes, yes, the wine hasn't been served yet." A smooth, white hand gently pulled open the green muslin curtain, revealing the beaded agate curtain. An extremely handsome man with soft, pitch-black hair, red lips, and white teeth appeared at the door with a pot of wine in his hand. His eyes carried a smile that was as clear as the wind and clear as the moon. Imo Ran turned his head, clearly stunned. "Shirmei, why are you here?" "I met the Lord at the Mingpa lobby. He heard that you came down the mountain to eat here. He thought that this shop was newly opened and that the dishes were good, but there was no aged wine. So he asked me to bring you a pot of pear blossom white." As Shirmei spoke, he shook the red clay pot in his hand. The pot was wrapped with bamboo vines, and it was sturdy and cute. The wine inside it sizzled, and it was as if one could smell the wine through the clay seal. Shirmei smiled. "Fortunately, I made it in time. Otherwise, if you ordered the wine, it would seem unnecessary for me to come." Chu Wanning asked, "How about you? Have you eaten?" "I'll eat when I get back. The Mingpa lobby won't close so soon. There's still time. Since you're already here, why are you leaving?" Chu Wanning was a polite person. He said, "Let's sit together." I'm afraid that Imo Ran will spend a lot of money." Imo Ran smiled. "Why would he spend a lot of money? It's just a matter of adding a chair." As he spoke, he asked the waiter to bring him another set of cutlery. This Zhongqiu restaurant was really extravagant. The cutlery used in the private room was inlaid with fine gold and silver threads. When the candlelight shone on it, the cutlery shone brilliantly. Shirimo sat down and filled each of the 3 people's cups with wine. The strong aroma of pear blossom white instantly filled the entire table. This wine smell was very familiar. In his previous life, after Shirmei died, Imo Ran drank it. When Chu Wanning died, Imo Ran drank it on the roof the entire night. Now that the disaster was over, both of them were still alive. Imo Ran suddenly felt that the possessiveness and love of the past did not seem so important anymore. These two people who had treated him the best in his life were still alive. With the money he earned, he could still treat them to a meal and drink. That was enough. 2 or 3 cups were worth more than 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers in his previous life. Waiter, I'll have to trouble you. I'll have a serving of mandarin fish with pine nuts, lion's head with crab powder, crystal chow trotters, cherry ham, sansien soup, and bamboo leaf powder with steamed pork. These are all spicy dishes. Then, I'll have a serving of Sichuan boiled fish, mapo tofu, chili pepper lung slice, and kung pao chicken. These must be spicy and spicy dishes. For the savory snacks, I'll have jade prawn dumplings, steamed pork ribs with taro and soy sauce, scalloped pork belly, and chicken feet with soy sauce. For the sweet snacks, Imo Ran glanced at Chu Wanning, then closed the bamboo scroll. I won't look at them in detail. Give me one of each. Chu Wanning did not even look up. I can't finish them, Imo Ran said. Bring them back? They'll be cold if we bring them back. Let the Ming Pahlavi warm them up. Chu Wanning felt that Imo Ran was acting like a businessman who would mind a mine and become rich overnight. He was so extravagant that he could not be bothered to talk to him anymore. He opened the bamboo scroll in front of him, looked at it, and said, I'll have a serving of kidney bean rolls, a serving of yi, or rake, and 3 bowls of sweet bean paste. Thank you. The dishes were quickly served. Shirmei loved spicy food, and Chu Wanning did not eat red, so Imo Ran ordered them separately. Half of the table was tender and refreshing, while the other half was bright red. With such a combination of colors, it was unexpectedly very beautiful. Here comes the last dish. This is our restaurant's signature dish, mandarin fish with pine nuts. Following the waiter's shout, a plate of brightly colored and fragrant mandarin fish was served by 2 waiters. The fish looked like it weighed at least 5 catties. It was fried until it was golden yellow and crispy. It was served on a large sky blue porcelain plate. The fish's body was sliced into even pieces. The bright red sweet and sour sauce was poured on top of the fish. Green peas were sprinkled on top of the fish. Fine shredded cloud legs and glittering and translucent shrimps were sprinkled on top of the fish. Just looking at it would make one's eyes light up and whet their appetite. Chu Wanning loved sweet things, especially sour and sweet. When he saw the fish, although his expression did not change, his eyes could not help but light up. This light was noticed by Imo Ran. The waiter looked at their table and saw that there was still space in front of Shirmei, so he went to arrange the dishes to make space. But a pair of hands was faster than him and had already begun to adjust the table. Imo Ran stood up and placed the few meat dishes that Chu Wanning did not touch in front of him. Then, he placed a few spicy dishes in front of Shirmei. This way, the space in front of Chu Wanning was empty. Imo Ran smiled and said to the waiter, Put the fish here. Oh, okay. The waiter was naturally happy to meet a customer who knew how to help him change the table. He immediately beamed with joy as he took the dishes from the 2 waiters and placed them in the empty space. Then, he nodded and bowed as he left. Imo Ran did this adjustment very naturally. Other people who saw it would only think that he was helping the waiter, but Shirmei felt that he was favoring the waiter. He was a little surprised by Imo Ran's action. Light and shadow flashed in his eyes. After a long time, he lowered his eyes and seemed to be a little disappointed. Shirmei felt that after Imo Ran returned 5 years later, not only did his entire appearance change, even his kindness seemed to have faded a lot. He also liked to eat the pine nut mandarin fish, so why was it placed so far away from him? Did he not know? Or had his heart changed and was no longer the same as before? Shirmei was not a person who would belittle himself. His appearance and temperament were above Chu Wanning's. Even in the entire cultivation world, there were not many people who looked better than him. But at this time, he suddenly hesitated. He knew that when Imo Ran was young, he looked like a playboy who loved beautiful women to the bone. But that was just a facade. To Imo Ran, the most precious thing was friendship. If someone gave him a tael, he would return 1,000 taels of gold. Now that the enmity between him and Shizun had been resolved, the kindness that Chu Wanning treated Imo Ran was not something that he could compare to. Thinking of this, Shirmei suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the two people's faces under the light. One was drinking with his head down. His phoenix eyes were like water. His eyelashes were like smoke. His expression and complexion were very indifferent. And the other was smiling and holding his chin while looking at the person drinking. His eyes reflected the bright light of the lantern. In the lantern light, there was the spring snow on the terrace, the reflection of the moon and pear blossoms. When his eyelashes moved, it was like a ripple in a lake, spreading out 10,000 stars. The affection in those eyes was something that even the owner of those eyes did not realize. Shirmei was absent-minded for a moment. His elbow bumped into the chopsticks. With a pata sound, the chopsticks fell to the ground. He came back to his senses and hurriedly apologized, bending down to pick them up. As he bent down, he was stunned. Those chopsticks fell right next to Immerse's boots. The glossy luster lay there quietly, waiting for him to pick them up. He could have asked Xiao Er to pick up the other pair, but Shirmei never liked to trouble others. Or perhaps when faced with this kind of disparity, even a person with a gentle temperament would feel a little unreconciled and a little lost. Or perhaps it was not that complicated. Sometimes, a person's actions really only required a single thought. For Shirmei, at this moment and by chance, he really wanted to know how much friendship Immerse had left for him. So, after some hesitation, he still lowered his head and stretched out his slender white hand to pick up the pair of chopsticks that were leaning against Immerse's leg. The chopsticks fell too close. When he picked them up, the back of Shirmei's hand inevitably touched Immerse's leg. Chapter 133. At that time, Immerse was drinking pear blossom white when he suddenly felt something touching his leg. He subconsciously wanted to move away, but before he could move, the feeling of touching became more obvious. It was as if something had brushed past him. He was slightly startled and did not understand what had happened. When Shirmei sat up straight again, Immerse looked at that peerlessly handsome face that was dyed red. He pursed his lips and lowered his eyebrows, as if he had something on his mind. Only then did Immerse realize, just now, that was cough, cough, cough. Immerse immediately choked. In his heart, Shirmei had always been like the white snow in spring, willow branches, and the new moon. He could only look at him from afar and not touch him. Although he loved Shirmei so much that he hated that he could not die for him, he rarely had any romantic thoughts related to him, let alone putting them into action. But such a pure and flawless person, could it be that just now he was touching him? This thought really shocked Immerse. Because it was too frightening, he shook his head like a rattle drum. Chu Wanning saw this and frowned. What's wrong with you? Nothing. And he was touching him in front of Shizun. How was this possible? This did not seem like something Shirmei would do. Immerse's expression became more complicated. Rather than saying that he was pleasantly surprised, it was better to say that he was frightened. He calmed down for a long time before he heard Shirmei's gentle voice. The chopsticks are dirty. Waiter, please go and change them. The waiter came and left as soon as he was called. Immerse sympathetically turned his head and saw Shirmei's indifferent face. That person's eyes were still calm and his expression was gentle. It was as if the blush and shyness that Immerse saw just now was just an illusion. Feeling that someone was looking at him, Shirmei raised his peach blossom eyes a few inches, and with a faint smile, his gaze fell on Immerse. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing, Shirmei said. The chopsticks fell in the wrong place, right next to your feet. Oh. Immerse heaved a sigh of relief as his heart calmed down. Sure enough, he was thinking too much. He was just about to say a few words to Shirmei to ease the atmosphere when he saw that Shirmei had already turned his face away and was about to get a spoon to ladle some soup. Immerse felt guilty about his earlier thoughts and said, "Let me help you scoop it." "No need. I can do it myself." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and calmly scooped a bowl of Sanxian soup for himself. The soup was placed by Immerse. He placed it near Chu Wanning and far away from Shirmei. Originally, he didn't feel anything when he was sitting, but now that he stood up to scoop the soup, the distance between them was particularly obvious. He almost had to stretch his arm to reach the soup from the other end of the table. 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls, slowly. Imo ran. Shermay met his uneasy gaze and didn't say anything. He just smiled slightly and continued to scoop soup for himself. Imo Ran felt a bit awkward. When Shermay was done, he asked Chu Wanning if he wanted some. Chu Wanning said no, so he moved the soup to the middle of the table. It wasn't too close to anyone, but it wasn't too far away either. It was just right. His teacher and the person he loved the most. It shouldn't be biased. During the meal, Shermay suddenly said, Imo Ran, you've really become a lot more mature. You're no longer the disciple who always made Shizun angry. So there's something that I want to tell you. Since all 3 of us are here today, I want to apologize to Shizun as well. Imo Ran saw that he was serious and couldn't help but ask, what is it? Do you remember the first time I made wontons and sent them to you? Shermay said, that bowl of wontons wasn't made by me. I've never made wontons. That was, Imo Ran laughed. I thought it was something else. So it was this. I've known for a long time. Ah, you've known for a long time? Shermay was slightly stunned. He opened his beautiful eyes wide and turned to look at Chu Wanning, who was drinking his wine. Did Shizun tell you? No. I saw it before I went to the world of spirits and souls. Imo Ran was about to go into detail when Chu Wanning suddenly put down his wine cup. He coughed lightly and glanced at him. His expression was solemn and cold. Imo Ran knew that he was thin-skinned and naturally didn't want others to know his soft spot. So he said to Shermay, anyway, I already understood the cause and effect 5 years ago. It's too long to explain, so I won't say it. Shermay nodded. That's fine too. He then said to Chu Wanning, Shizun, at that time you weren't willing to give the wontons to Imo Ran and let me do it for him. At first, I didn't think it was a big deal. But then I saw that the misunderstanding between the 2 of you was getting deeper, and I felt very apologetic. I wanted to find a time to explain it to Imo Ran myself, but when the words came to my mouth, I couldn't. Actually, I was a little selfish at that time. When I was at the peak of life and death, other than young master, Imo Ran was my only close friend. I was afraid that he would be unhappy if he knew. So, it's fine. I didn't want you to say it in the first place. You didn't do anything wrong. But I felt apologetic and felt that I stole Shizun's good intentions. Shizun, I'm sorry. As he said this, Shermay lowered his eyes. After a while, he said, Imo Ran, I'm sorry too. Imo Ran had never blamed Shermay for this. Although his initial good intentions towards Shermay were due to Chu Wanning's wontons, Shermay's tenderness towards him was real. Moreover, Shermay was only following Chu Wanning's instructions. He didn't intend to take credit for it. Imo Ran hurriedly said, No, don't mind this. How long has it been? He looked at Shermay's face under the lantern light. He had never seen this face in his previous life, because in his previous life, Shermay had already died at this time. His youth had withered away in the wind before he had reached his prime. This had become his lifelong pain. He didn't even have the chance to know that Shermay would look like this when he was 24 years old. He was tall, his face was as white as jade, and his peach blossom eyes were full of spring water. He looked so gentle that he was afraid that when he was angry, he would soften. His tightly clenched and wrinkled heart slowly relaxed. He sighed inwardly and suddenly felt very happy. His heart felt very warm and stable. Although he felt that compared to the 19-year-old Shermay, the 24-year-old Shermay was a bit unfamiliar. He didn't feel as close as before. Perhaps it was because of this unfamiliarity that he even had the absurd thought of Shermay touching his calf. However, Imo Ran felt that with some time, he would slowly get used to it. As for feelings, he didn't want to force it anymore. He would just let nature take its course. He had been wandering around for 5 years, and it was hard to find any trace of him. During this time, he had encountered several dangers. He didn't know if these were the deliberate actions of the fake North Star Alliance, but in short, the mastermind behind the scenes hadn't come out yet, nor had he been caught. Imo Ran felt that the days ahead wouldn't be peaceful. He couldn't let his guard down. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life, he would protect the 2 people by his side for the rest of his life. Mo Ran temporarily let go of his inner demon. However, he didn't know that his inner demon was never idle. After letting him go, it went to another person. Perhaps it was because he had eaten too much that night, but Chu Wanning was very sleepy after returning home. He originally wanted to draw the blueprint of the new mecha overnight, but he was only halfway done when he started yawning. He tried to stay awake for a while, but couldn't. Finally, he blinked his eyes sleepily and fell asleep on his bed without even changing his clothes. He was muddle-headed in his sleep and dreamt of many random things. First, it was the ranking of the outstanding cultivators in the cultivation world. Then, it was the vigorous and strong body he saw in the wonderful sound pool. Under the dim candlelight, Chu Wanning frowned slightly. He seemed to want to get rid of this shameless dream, but he couldn't help it and gradually fell deeper. Then, he had the same dream as before. The peak of life and death changed. The core heart palace was still the same, but the people had changed. The completely mature Mo Weiyu pinched his chin. His eyes were vicious and mocking, and he said filthy words to him. He said, "Let me do it once, and I'll agree to your conditions." This Mo Weiyu was different from the Mo Ran he saw before. His expression was too crazy, and his handsome face was very pale. His skin wasn't the wheat-colored color he saw before. "Kneel down yourself and lick me." Messy sentences came intermittently from the depths of the nightmare. It was as if something in his brain was about to shatter, break free of its shackles, and pounce on Chu Wanning. He shuddered, but he was inexplicably excited. In his dream, he saw Mo Ran approaching him and tearing his clothes. The sound of clothes tearing had never been so clear. Then, the dream suddenly turned black, as if he had sunk into a swamp. Like the countless times before, the dream was cut off here. If it was before, he would sleep peacefully after the dream was cut off, and there would be no more disturbances for the night. But today, for some reason, after the dream ended, there was a faint light in front of his eyes. Chu Wanning wanted to see clearly what was in front of him, but the new dream was very blurry, as if there was a layer of water vapor in between. He couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He only felt that it was a large area of scarlet. He couldn't see clearly, but his sense of smell and touch gradually became clearer as the dream unfolded. He even became more sensitive. He suddenly felt a burst of indescribable love and heat. He saw a strong body swaying in front of him, pressing down on him. Chu Wanning was shocked. He instinctively wanted to struggle, but his body didn't seem to belong to him, but to him in the dream. He felt that he couldn't stop trembling. He could hear the man's heavy breathing, the hot air blowing next to his ear. His lips touched his earlobe from time to time, but he didn't kiss him, nor did he take it in. He turned his head to the side. Underneath him was a large, soft bed. As the two of them moved, it creaked and shook. He could even smell the wild smell of a beast's fur. The bed seemed to be covered with animal skin. He wanted to reach out and grab the mattress while floating, but he didn't have the strength. That man was so fierce, so hard, as if he wanted to tear his body apart. He heard his own throat overflow with a hoarse and muddy groan. He shook his head in despair, wanting to break free. But that man's strength was so great, as if he could break his bones in his hands. Chu Wanning felt his scalp go numb. His whole body couldn't help but tremble violently. Maybe it was because the dream was too real and he was too tired. The next day, Chu Wanning didn't wake up until noon. After he woke up, he laid on the bed and couldn't return to his senses for a long time. He tilted his head. He seemed to be able to smell the smell of the animal skin in the dream, with a wild sweetness. But when he blinked, he was still lying on the cold and dark red sandalwood bed in the Red Lotus Pavilion. Everything was fine and there was nothing wrong. Except Chu Wanning froze. She slowly lowered her eyes and looked down at her lower body. Because of the Heart Sutra, Elder Yu Hong, who rarely had any physical reaction for many years, found that he actually shamefully had an erection in the morning. Could it be that all these years of cultivation had gone to the dogs' stomachs? And those dreams yesterday, what were they? How could he dream of such a messy scene? How could this be? Could it really be because he saw Mo Rant's body at the wonderful sound pond and accidentally read that admirable dirty book? Chu Wanning's face darkened. He buried his face in his hands and rubbed it hard. When he raised his head again, it was still black. What was wrong with him? He pursed his lips. He wanted to soak himself in the cold lotus pond to cool down the heat in his heart. But before his feet touched the ground, he felt the barrier of the red lotus pavilion fluctuate. Someone came in. Chu Wanning's expression immediately changed. She suddenly pulled the blanket to cover her lower body. That person's footsteps were also fast. It was likely that he had used Qinggong to come here. He heard the door knock twice. Shizun, are you awake? It was the same voice as the man in the dream. But in the dream, the voice was deeper and more moist. It was soaked in endless love and passion. But the voice outside the door was gentle and respectful. It even carried a bit of worry. It was probably because it saw that Chu Wanning still hadn't woken up so late, so it was a bit anxious. Chu Wanning leaned against the bed and hugged the blanket. Hearing this voice, the wall between the dream and reality seemed to collapse. The lingering sentiments and fierce collisions in the dream were all lit up one by the voice of the person outside. As a result, his emotions surged and it was even harder to calm down. He was just about to lie down and pretend to sleep when he suddenly heard Immerse say from outside, Shizun, are you in the room? If you can, I'll come in. I'll come in. It was obviously an ordinary and simple sentence, but it made Chu Wanning think of the man in the dream lying on top of him. His lips moved, and the masculine heat almost burned him. That person panted and said, Relax, I'm coming in. Chu Wanning's face suddenly flushed red. He sat on the bed in a daze. His clothes were disheveled, and his heart was on fire. His eyes seemed to be filled with hatred and unwillingness, but that hatred and unwillingness was like the gravel on the shore of a shallow beach. In the cold of winter, it was cold and hard, and people didn't dare to look at it directly. But when the spring water melted and the tide flowed, these sharp teeth would be submerged in the soft and rippling waves, and there would be no trace of fierceness. He rarely felt so embarrassed and helpless, and he almost never felt such a strong desire. He stayed in place until Immerse pushed open the door and came in. Then he suddenly reacted. He wanted to pretend to sleep, but it was too late. As a result, when Immerse came in, he saw Chu Wanning sitting on the bed. His black hair spread over his body, and under the sunlight, his face was like an ice lake. That person's eyebrows and eyes were very sharp. When he raised his eyes to stare at him, it was like a frost blade that had just been cut, and a few inches of cold light flowed out from the scabbard. However, the corners of his eyes were thin red, so the cold light was tinged with charm and gentleness. His hatred was entangled with humiliation, as if someone had just tortured him and done something indescribable to him. His eyes were filled with stubbornness and moist water. Immerse looked at him silently. This man was like a bud that grew out of a thicket of thorns, causing him to suddenly slow down his breathing. He felt as if a huge rock had fallen into his chest, setting off a huge wave that covered the sky and covered the earth. Chapter 134. Immerse did not speak. After a long while, his Adam's apple moved slightly. It was almost as if he was in a torrent of desire, trying to hold on to a piece of driftwood that would not let him drown. He stammered respect, and love him. Respect is the respect of love. Love is the love of respect and love. Do not profane, do not hurt, do not add unnecessary feelings, and even more so, do not do the same foolish and absurd things that humiliated Shizun as in his previous life. In his boiling heart, Immerse repeated these words 4 or 5 times. Only then did he manage to stabilize his mind and calmly walk into the room. He smiled and greeted Chu Wanning. Shizun, so you were inside. Why didn't you make a sound? I just woke up, Chu Wanning said dryly. He was really dry. His throat was dry, and his desires were dry. If he accidentally let a spark fall, he was afraid that it could start a prairie fire. Immerse held a 5-layer bamboo food box in his hands. It looked heavy. He wanted to put it on the table, but when he glanced at it, he saw that the table was full of files, drills, tenons, and nails, as well as a mess of blueprints. He had no choice but to carry the food box and walk to Chu Wanning's bedside. Chu Wanning seemed to be more grumpy than usual when he woke up. When he looked at him, he was clearly anxious. He frowned and said, "What are you doing?" Shizun woke up late. There was no food in the Mingpa lobby. I had nothing to do, so I made some to accompany Shizun. As he said this, he opened the food box and laid it out one by one. At the top was a plate of stir-fried wild mushrooms, followed by a plate of tender lettuce, followed by silver thread rolls and honey sweet lotus root. At the bottom were 2 bowls of sparkling white rice and a bowl of winter bamboo and ham soup. 2 bowls of white rice. Chu Wanning was a bit speechless. So he had such a big appetite in Mo Rant's heart? The table is a bit messy. Shizun, are you going to eat on the bed? Or should I clean up the table and bring the dishes over? Of course, Chu Wanning did not like to eat on the bed, but at this time, his lower body's desire had not yet disappeared. He was completely covered by the quilt. He hesitated for a moment between bearing and face and resolutely chose the latter. There is too much on the table. It will take a long time to clean up. Let's eat here. Mo Rant smiled and nodded. Yes, it had to be said that Mo Rant's culinary skills were quite good. The dishes he made 5 years ago were already very delicious, and 5 years later, they were even better than the average chef. Mo Rant had never asked about his taste, but everything was just right, as if they had lived together for many years. Chu Wanning ate very comfortably. Although his posture was calm, his chopsticks did not stop for a moment. When he finished the last mouthful of soup, he looked up and saw Mo Rant sitting by the bed, 1 foot on the wooden frame of the chair next to him. One hand was supporting his cheek, and the other was looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. What's wrong? Chu Wanning subconsciously took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Is there something near your mouth? No. Mo Rant said, seeing Shizun eat so happily, I'm happy. Chu Wanning was a bit uncomfortable, so he said lightly, you cooked well, but there was a bit more rice. Next time, 1 bowl is enough. Mo Rant seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he restrained himself. His mouth cracked open, revealing his neat white teeth. What an idiot. He was very careful when it came to important matters, but he was ridiculously lazy in life. He didn't even notice that there were 2 pairs of chopsticks zimming under the food box. He ate the amount of food for 2 people, and he actually said that he had a bit more rice and was a bit full. The more Mo Rant thought about it, the funnier it became. He couldn't help but lightly touch his forehead, his eyelashes fluttering. What are you laughing about? Nothing. Nothing. Mo Rant was afraid of hurting his reputation. He was the Shizun, and his reputation was more important than anything else. Of course, he couldn't embarrass him, so he changed the topic. Shizun, I suddenly remembered something. I forgot to tell you yesterday. What is it? On my way back, I heard that Master Huizue left the day before you came out of seclusion. That's right. So you didn't see him when you woke up? No. Mo Rant sighed. Then this matter can't be blamed on Shizun's rudeness. Previously, I heard people outside saying that Shizun didn't understand etiquette. Master Huizue spent 5 years of effort to return Shizun's soul, but when he woke up, he didn't even get to thank him. But the master left on his own accord. It can't be that the moment Shizun woke up, he would run to Wubei Temple and kneel in gratitude. These gossipy people are really annoying. Since I've asked clearly, I'll ask Uncle to mention it at tomorrow's morning meeting. Chu Wanning suddenly said, No need? Why? The master and I have long been on bad terms. Chu Wanning said, even if he was still here when I woke up, I wouldn't thank him. Mo Rant was stunned. Why is that? I know that Shizun was expelled from the temple all those years ago, and has long lost the ties of master and disciple with Master Huizue. But he came to help Shizun when he was in danger, isn't that? Before he could finish, Chu Wanning interrupted him. I can't explain the matter between him and me clearly, and I don't want to talk about it. If others say that I have no conscience, cold-blooded and heartless, then let them be. It's obviously the truth. Mo Rant was anxious. How is it the truth? You're obviously not that kind of person. Chu Wanning suddenly raised his head, and his expression suddenly became cold. as if a dragon's reverse scale had been touched, and blood was flowing like a stream. Imo ran. He suddenly said, "How much do you know about my matters?" He looked into Chu Wanning's bright eyes, which were piercingly cold, and he couldn't let down his guard, always guarding against him. For a moment, he suddenly wanted to say, I know many things about you. I'm clear about them. Even if there are some things about your past that I didn't know, I'm willing to listen, willing to share the burden with you. Don't always hide everything in your heart, putting down layer upon layer of locks, building layers upon layers of barriers. Aren't you tired? Don't you feel uncomfortable? But what position did he have to say this? He was his disciple. He couldn't be rash. He couldn't be disobedient. In the end, Imo Ran was speechless. After a long silence, Chu Wanning's body, which was as taut as a bowstring, finally relaxed bit by bit. He seemed to be somewhat tired and sighed, saying, Man is not a saint, and in front of the mandate of heaven, we are even weaker. Some things can't be changed just because we want to. All right, don't mention anything about Master Huizue to me in the future. You can leave. I want to change my clothes. Yes. Imo Ran lowered his head, silently tidying up the food boxes. When he walked to the door, he suddenly said, Shizun, you're not angry with me, right? Chu Wanning glared at him. Why would I be angry with you? Imo Ran smiled. That's good, that's good. Then can I still come tomorrow? Up to you. After a pause, he suddenly thought of something and added, in the future, don't say I'm in, to me. Imo Ran stared blankly. Why? You're already in. Isn't that nonsense? Chu Wanning was angry again. He didn't know if he was angry at Imo Ran's improper innocence or angry at his own disappointing red face. After Imo Ran left in confusion, Chu Wanning got out of bed. He was too lazy to wear shoes and walked barefoot to the bookcase, taking out a roll of bamboo slips. With a whoosh, he unfolded the bamboo slips and stared at the words on them. His gaze was obscure, and he was speechless for a long time. This bamboo slips were left by Huizue on his pillow before he left. There was a secret spell on the slips, and only Chu Wanning could open them. The handwriting on the slips was neat, and it said, To young Master Chu. His teacher called him young Master Chu. It was truly absurd. The contents of the letter were neither long nor short. It talked about some things that Chu Wanning needed to pay attention to after he woke up, and then spent more than half of the letter asking him to do something. Master Huizue asked him to meet him at Mount Longxue near Wubei Temple after he recovered his energy. The words in the letter were sincere, saying that he was already old and felt that he didn't have much time left. When he thought of some past events, he felt tormented and guilty. Before this old monk passes away, I hope to have a chat with you. You still have an old illness. I heard that because of this illness, you have to go into seclusion for 10 days every 7 years. This old monk feels ashamed. If you are willing to come to Mount Longxue, I can set up a formation to heal you. However, the spell is very dangerous. You need to bring along a disciple of both wood and fire to guard the soul. Old illness. Mount Longxue. Chu Wanning frowned, and his fingers almost sunk into his palms. How could he heal? The things that were destroyed, the things that were lost, how could they be restored in those 164 days on Dragon Blood Mountain? Even if Huizue had the ability to reach the heavens, would he be able to fill up the deep scars? He suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light shone from his palms. The sturdy bamboo slips were instantly crushed into powder in his fingers, disappearing into thin air. He would never step into Wubei Temple again in this lifetime. He would never call Huizue master again. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed since Chu Wanning came out of seclusion. On this day, Shui Jingyong called him to Dan Xian Palace and handed him a letter of entrustment. When he opened it, there were only a few simple sentences. Chu Wanning raised his eyelids and said, You gave me the wrong thing, right? What? Shui Jingyong took the letter and read it again. He said, I didn't give you the wrong thing. Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes. It says to help the villagers of Yuliang village with farming. You don't know how to do it? Shui Jingyong widened his eyes. You really don't know how to do it? Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed by his question, so he bristled. Isn't there anything more normal? Something like exorcising evil spirits or something like that? Shizun said, "It's been quite peaceful recently. There really aren't any evil spirits. Anyways, Ran is going with you. At most, you can just sit and rest while he does the hard work. He's a young man, so it's not a big deal for him to harvest some rice." Chu Wanning's pitch-black brows were deeply furrowed. Since when did the Life and Death Summit take on such trivial matters? It's always been done. When Wuchang Town's old lady Wang's cat climbed up a tree and couldn't get down, it was always Mei who carried it down. It's just that there were more troublesome matters in the past, so I didn't bother you with the simple ones. Shizun said, "Didn't you just wake up recently? I wanted to ask someone else to do it, but I felt that you couldn't stay idle." "Then I don't want to harvest rice." Chu Wanning changed his tone, so he didn't say, "I don't know how to harvest rice." Shizun said, "I told you to ask Ran to help you. Just take it as going out for a walk and relax." "Can't I take a walk and relax if I don't accept a task?" "That's true." Shizun scratched his head. "But Yuliang Village is close to colorful Butterfly Town. Ran was the one who fixed the sky drain there. After all, he's not as good as you. Why don't you go and see if there's anything that needs to be reinforced?" Chu Wanning finally felt the need to go after hearing his words. He didn't say anything else and took the letter of entrustment. He turned around and left Core Heart Palace. Chapter 135. Yuliang Village was a very small village. The people living in the village were all older, and there weren't many young people. Therefore, every year during the busy farming season, they would ask the immortal monarch from the peak of life and death to help out. This kind of request that had nothing to do with cultivation would definitely not be accepted by other celestial sections. However, Shizun and his elder brother started from scratch and were used to a hard life. It was said that they grew up eating from hundreds of families. Therefore, not only could he not refuse the old tenant farmer's request, he also took it seriously every time and would send his disciples to complete it. The village was not far from the peak of life and death, but it was not close either. It was too troublesome to walk there, and it was too pretentious to take a carriage. Therefore, Shizun prepared 2 good horses for them. Chu Wanning went down to the mountain gate and saw Ran standing under a tall maple tree. It was already late autumn, and the forest was gradually dyed red. The maple leaves were red, and when the wind blew, the frosty leaves were as bright as a brocade, like red carps jumping around. Ran was holding the reins of a black horse, and the white horse was rubbing against his cheek intimately. He was holding a handful of alfalfa and playing with them. When he heard footsteps, he turned around and saw a few red leaves falling down. Ran raised his head and laughed among the leaves. "Master." Chu Wanning's footsteps slowed down and finally stopped at the last few steps. The sun shone through the lush leaves and soaked the mossy stone steps. He looked at the man not far away. Perhaps because he had to do farm work, Ran did not wear the disciple uniform of the peak of life and death today, nor did he wear the white robe that he wore when he came back. He wore a black cloth robe with a gauntlet around his wrist. It was a very simple uniform, but his waist was thin, his legs were long, and his shoulders were wide. It looked like he had an excellent figure, especially around his chest. Because the collar of the cloth robe was low, one could see his firm and tight chest muscles. His honey-colored skin rose and fell with his breathing. If Shui Ming's shining silver armor was called coquettish, like a peacock spreading its tail, then Ran's appearance was coquettish, like an innocent coquettish, like a reckless and pure coquettish. In short, I am an honest man. I don't know how to flirt. I don't know how to do anything other than work hard. Chu Wanning looked at him a few times and said, Ran? What's wrong, master? The sturdy man asked with a smile. Chu Wanning was expressionless. Your collar is so open. Are you cold? Ran was slightly startled, but immediately felt that master was concerned about him. He was very happy. He put the alfalfa back into the horse straw basket, clapped his hands, and ran up the stone steps. He stood tall and handsome in front of Chu Wanning. Before Chu Wanning could react, he grabbed Chu Wanning's wrist. I'm not cold. I've been busy all morning. In fact, I'm very hot. He smiled without any reservation. He took Chu Wanning's hand and pressed it on his own rising and falling chest. Look, master. Am I right? So hot. The young man's chest was very warm, accompanied by the sound of his heartbeat and his eyes that were as bright as the stars. Chu Wanning felt her back go numb, and she hurriedly shook off his hand. Her expression darkened. What are you talking about? Ah, are you sweating? Mo Ran misunderstood. He now thought that Chu Wanning didn't like men. After all, the entanglement between him and Chu Wanning in his previous life was all because of his unreasonable coercion. He didn't think that Chu Wanning would have any interest in him. Thus, he only thought that Master's displeasure was because he couldn't stand the heat on his body. Thinking about how Chu Wanning loved cleanliness and didn't like to interact with people, Mo Ran couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I was rash. If he looked carefully, he would see that Chu Wanning's handsome neck was crimson red. Under his cold and aloof eyelashes, there was a glimmer of affection, but he didn't notice it in the first moment. Chu Wanning wouldn't give him the chance to notice it again. His pure white shoes stepped on the slippery bluestone as he walked towards the black horse. He flipped over and mounted the horse. His movements were natural and smooth. Under the sunlight that blotted out the sky and the red leaves that covered the mountains and plains, he was dressed in white and riding on a tall black horse. He turned his head and looked down at his disciple who was standing on the ground. His icy jade-like face was very arrogant. He was still that sharp elder Yu Hong, so handsome that he couldn't be more handsome. I'm going. Hurry up and follow. Finished speaking, his slender legs clamped tightly around the horse's belly. Riding the red dust, he spurred the horse and left. Mo Ran stood in the same place. After a while, he picked up the bamboo basket of alfalfa and tied it to the back of the white horse's saddle. He also flipped onto the horse. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That black horse is my horse. Why is Master riding on it? Master, wait for me. The two of them galloped. In less than an hour, they arrived at Jade Cold Village. There were dozens of acres of paddy fields outside the village. Golden grains rolled and rolled. There were about 30 farmers working in the fields. Because there weren't many people, no matter if they were young or old, they were all working. They bent their backs, pulled up their trousers, and swung their sickles. Large beads of sweat dripped down their faces. It looked like they were having a hard time. Mo Ran immediately went to find the village chief and handed him the letter. Then, without saying anything, he changed into hemp shoes and went into the fields. He had enough strength and energy. In addition, he was a cultivator, so it wasn't a problem for him to harvest some wheat. After working for half a day, he had already harvested 2 large patches of paddy fields. The golden grains were piled up beside the paddy fields. When the sun shone, it was full of the fragrance of the grains. The rustling sound of the farmers' sickles echoed in the mountains. There was also the eldest daughter sitting on the ridge. While busily tidying the grains, she leisurely sang a peasant song. The sun sets, and the red flowers sparkle. The 4 mountains are red. The red flowers face the peony, singing a love song. A red fan, asking the lover. Embroidered balls and flowers are round. I tugged at the young man's belt. When will you come? I don't have time today. I have to chop firewood tomorrow. My wife will come to my little sister's house tomorrow. This soft little tune and bashful singing came out of the peasant girl's mouth. It drifted between heaven and earth, landing on the bottom of the listener's heart. I don't have time today. I have to chop firewood tomorrow. I will come to my little sister's house the day after tomorrow. Chu Wanning didn't go to the fields. He hugged a jar of hot water and leaned against a tree to drink. As he listened to the song, his eyes followed the diligent black figure in the distance. His heart rose and fell. The water dripped from his throat, but it didn't seem to flow to his stomach. Instead, it flowed to his chest. Decadent music. After drinking the water, he coldly commented. He went to return the jar to the village chief. The village chief looked at him hesitantly. Chu Wanning was a bit irritable. He asked, "What's wrong?" "Immortal, you don't want to go to the fields?" The old village chief was a straightforward person. Since he asked, he answered with a trembling voice. His white beard trembled and his white eyebrows knitted together. Immortal, you're here to supervise the work? For the first time, Chu Wanning felt so awkward. Go to the fields. Didn't Shui Jingyong tell him that he only needed to watch Mo Ran work hard? Did he really want him to go to the fields? He didn't know how to. The old village chief looked at him helplessly. Even the young children and old women next to him looked up and glanced at the well-dressed man. Children's words carried no harm. A child with a bun asked crisply, "Granny, Granny, this Taoist brother is wearing so white. How can he go to the fields? His sleeves are so wide." Another child murmured. His shoes are also clean. Chu Wanning felt like there was a thorn in his back. He felt very awkward. After standing in place for a while, she really didn't have the face to continue leisurely like this, so she picked up a scythe and jumped into the paddy field without even taking off her shoes. The slippery mud immediately wrapped around her feet, and the cold water reached her ankles. Chu Wanning tried to take 2 steps, but the slippery feeling made her frown. She then tried to swing the scythe twice, but unfortunately, the strength was always wrong, and the cut was very clumsy. Puffed! This Taoist brother is so stupid. 2 children rested their cheeks on their hands and laughed at him under the mulberry tree when they saw his actions. Chu Wanning, his face darkened. He didn't want to be too close to these people. Chu Wanning struggled to maintain a calm gait in the mud. He kept a straight face and strode toward the figure in the distance who was busy cutting rice. He wanted to sneak a peek at how Mo Ran was doing it. There must be someone who can learn from him. He wanted to steal from him. When it came to farming, Mo Ran was obviously much more skilled than Chu Wanning. Under the scorching sun, he bent down, raised the sickle in his hand, and put down a golden ear of rice, which fell softly into his wide arms. He first held the harvested rice with one hand, and then threw it into the bamboo basket behind him. He was very serious when he was doing these things. He didn't see Chu Wanning coming. Instead, he diligently lowered his soft eyelashes. There was a faint shadow on his high nose. Beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. There was a wild aura around him. It was hot and wild, dull and passionate. Under the sun, his skin was like burning copper. It was as if there was still steam coming out of the sword-casting pool. It was so bright, so brilliant. Chu Wanning admired him from a distance. Suddenly, he realized what he was doing. He immediately frowned and shook his head. He muttered something and continued to walk with a straight face. He wanted to steal from him. He wanted to see how Mo Ran's hand held the sickle. He wanted to see how the sickle should be held. He wanted to see why the rice was as hard as iron wire in his hands. But in Mo Ran's hands, they became soft and boneless girls who willingly leaned into his arms. Probably because he was too focused, Chu Wanning didn't notice that a frog under his feet jumped up with a croak and jumped onto the ridge. Chu Wanning was shocked and hurriedly pulled back his feet to avoid it. However, the paddy field was too slippery. He didn't pay attention. The Grand Elder Yu Hong actually fell forward because of a valiant and spirited frog. Swoosh! Seeing that his face was about to be buried in the mud, Chu Wanning didn't have time to cast a spell. He actually subconsciously pulled at the busy figure in front of him. The maiden's voice gradually became charming. "I'm pulling on the man's belt. When did you come?" Coincidentally, Chu Wanning suddenly grabbed Mo Ran's belt and staggered forward a few steps. Then, he fell into a hot, broad chest that emitted a masculine aura. A pair of strong arms wrapped around him. Chapter 136. Mo Ran was in the middle of cutting the rice when a hand suddenly grabbed his belt from behind and pulled it down. This feeling was quite frightening. When he turned around and saw that it was Chu Wanning, and it was Chu Wanning who almost fell, he was even more horrified. Mo Ran hurriedly threw away his scythe and turned around to help him up. However, Chu Wanning had fallen so miserably that almost half of his body had fallen to the ground. Mo Ran couldn't support him and could only carry him. That faint begonia fragrance, together with the person in white fluttering clothes, fell solidly into his arms. Mo Ran didn't hesitate to hug him, and the rice stalks that were originally in his arms fell to the ground. "Master, why are you here?" He was still in a state of shock. "You scared me." Chu warning, "The paddy field is very slippery. Be careful." The person in his arms lowered her head and didn't say anything. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. On the other hand, the Sichuan girl who was singing was still unwilling to give up. "I'm tugging at the man's belt. Hey, when will he come?" As if he had been electrocuted, Chu Wanning abruptly withdrew his hand from Imo Rant's belt and steadied himself. He took a deep breath and suddenly pushed her away. Although his expression was still calm, his eyes were shockingly bright, rippling with light. He was obviously flustered, but he still forced himself to be calm. Imo Rand suddenly noticed that his earlobes had turned red. It had a very nice color, and the skin was light red, like a tender peach. He suddenly remembered how it felt to hold this earring in his mouth in his previous life. He remembered that every time he did this, Chu Wanning would tremble slightly. Even if she was extremely unwilling in the end, it would be difficult for her to escape from his embrace, and even her iron bones would turn into spring mud. Gulping, Imo Rant's gaze couldn't help but turn deep. At this time, Chu Wanning was seething with anger. Nobody knew who she was angry at, but she ground her teeth and said, "What are you looking at? What's there to see?" He suddenly came back to his senses, and his heart turned cold. Bastard! Because of his own selfish desires, what did he do to his master? Master was so proud. How could she be willing to submit? Not to mention prostration. Such a cold person like him shouldn't even have feelings of lust. How could he think of such a rebellious thing? Imo Rand shook his head like a rattle drum. Chu Wanning said angrily, "Why are you shaking your head and wagging your tail? Is it fun?" Imo Rand immediately stopped shaking his head, but glanced at him. This person was obviously ashamed, but he habitually wore a mask of anger. If one looked closely, it was easy to see the color in his eyes. He probably felt that it was very embarrassing to fall in front of his disciple, especially because of a croaking frog. So cute. Imo Rand couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, his laugh only made Chu Wanning even angrier. His pair of black eyebrows stood up in anger. Even his nose was crooked from anger. "What are you laughing at? I don't know how to farm. I don't know how to plow. What's so funny?" Yes, it's not funny. It's not funny." Imo Rand coaxed him. As expected, he immediately stopped smiling and became serious. Although the smile on his lips was hidden, his eyes couldn't be hidden. They were still bright and indescribably brilliant. After enduring for a while, it seemed that this matter was going to end here. But at this time, the frog that had successfully jumped to the ridge puffed up its cheeks and arrogantly croaked twice, as if it was demonstrating. Imo Rand couldn't hold back anymore. He tilted his head and covered the tip of his nose with his hand, as if he wanted to cover it up with a cough. But he didn't manage to cover it up well. He still laughed. Chu Wanning was about to go crazy. He was about to climb up the ridge when he was stopped by Imo Rand. The two of them were very close to each other. Normally, Imo Rand would directly pull him back. But today, he didn't. He still had Chu Wanning's warmth in his arms, and the begonia scent on Chu Wanning's clothes seemed to linger around the tip of his nose. He felt his heart soften and wanted to melt away. But he didn't dare to let his heart melt. The person in front of him was so good. He had to hold him up and respect him like a deity. He didn't want to use his own vulgarity to hurt him in the slightest. So he only called him Shizun. "What, haven't you laughed enough?" Chu Wanning looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Imo Rant's dimples were very beautiful. There wasn't ridicule in them, but gentleness. "Do you want to learn how to play? I'll teach you. It's actually not difficult at all. Shizun is so smart, you'll definitely learn it in one go." When Imo Rand taught him how to harvest rice, Chu Wanning couldn't help but think, "I clearly came to steal his knowledge. How did I become an apprentice? What a mess." But Imo Rand taught him very seriously and carefully. Looking at his clumsy technique, he didn't laugh at him. His eyebrows were as dark as ink. Compared to when he was younger, his facial features had a sharpness to them. This kind of appearance was originally handsome with a bit of arrogance, but his gaze was gentle and patient, as if he was hiding a lot of things. But it also didn't seem to be hiding them. It was because his gentleness was too deep and his age was too deep. That's it. You need to use your skills, understand? Yes. Chu Wanning cut according to his instructions. Unfortunately, he wasn't very nimble. Usually, he played with hardwood. These soft rice stalks made him feel helpless. Mo Ran watched from the side for a while. He stretched out his well-proportioned, muscular arm and helped him adjust the hand holding the sickle. Skin-to-skin contact was only for a moment. Mo Ran didn't dare to touch him too much. Chu Wanning also didn't dare to let him touch him too much. Clearly, one was a torrent that had nowhere to go, while the other was a nearly dried-up swamp. Clearly, once he entered it, he could close the gap and be entangled. He would no longer be turbulent and unable to find an exit, and he could also be watered, moistened, and chapped. But they just had to hide and avoid each other. He taught him from behind. Lower your fingers a little more. Be careful not to cut yourself. He stubbornly said, I know. Relax a little more. Don't be so stiff. Relax. But the more Mo Ran said this, the tighter Chu Wanning's back and hands became stiffer. Relax, relax. How could he not want to relax? But it was easy to say. Mo Ran was talking to him so close. His breath was even brushing against the back of his ear. The airflow was hot and heavy. It had the unique wild taste of this man. How could he relax? Inexplicably, he thought of that shameful dream again. In the dream, it was almost the same position. Mo Ran was also by his ear. His lips were just about to touch, but they were rubbing against his earlobe. He gasped and said, Relax. Don't hold me so tightly. Chu Wanning's face turned red in an instant. He struggled to break free from this strange memory. But before one wave subsided, another wave came. He shook it off, but then he thought of that ranking of the size of the outstanding cultivators in their prime. Chu Wanning felt that his head was probably smoking. Mo Ran found it strange. Why are you so tense? You let go. I'm already relaxed. Chu Wanning suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with spring water and anger. He glared at him. At such a close distance, it was almost like a sword piercing Mo Ran's heart. Obviously, both of their hearts were beating like drums. But even if they were beating like crazy, the other side couldn't hear it. Unless he was closer, unless his chest was pressed against his back, unless he was holding his hand, biting the tip of his ear, sucking on his earlobe, panting and muttering to him, Relax, don't be nervous. Only then could they understand each other. But obviously, Mo Ran didn't know how to, and neither did Chu Wanning. So Mo Ran awkwardly withdrew his hand. He awkwardly straightened his body and said, Then, Shizun, why don't you try it yourself? Mo Ran smiled at him again. He picked up his scythe and started to cut the rice not far from him. After cutting twice, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head. Shizun, what are you doing? Chu Wanning's face darkened. Mo Ran pointed at his shoes and said, Take off your shoes. I won't. If you don't take them off, you'll fall. Mo Ran was very sincere. Your shoes are slippery. Every time you fall, I won't be able to catch you in time. Chu Wanning thought about it gloomily. In the end, he still walked to the edge of the ridge. He took off his shoes and socks and threw them beside the haystack. Barefooted, he returned to the paddy field and buried his head in the rustling of the rice. At noon, Chu Wanning finally became familiar with the use of the scythe. His movements also became smooth. He and Mo Ran piled the rice together, piling it high into a small golden mountain. After cutting another piece of land in one breath, Chu Wanning was a little tired. He stood up and took a breath, wiping his sweat with the corner of his sleeve. A light breeze blew through the golden waves of rice, bringing with it a cool autumn breeze. He sneezed. Mo Ran immediately turned his head, very concerned. Are you a little cold? No. Chu Wanning shook his head. Some plant ash just got into my nose. Mo Ran smiled. He was about to say something when he suddenly heard the clear voice of a farmer girl under a mulberry tree in the distance. She covered her mouth and shouted, Time to eat. Time to eat. Time to eat lunch. It's the girl who sang just now, right? Chu Wanning said without turning his head. Mo Ran leaned over and put his hand on his eyebrows. He looked into the distance and said, "It really is her. Did Shizun hear it?" "Yes. Her voice calling for someone to eat has so many twists and turns. There's no one else like her." As Chu Wanning said this, he moved the last basket of rice to the side of the pile of rice. He was too lazy to put on his shoes. Since they were already so dirty, he walked towards the mulberry tree. Mo Ran smiled and shook his head. He immediately picked up the shoes he had left behind and chased after his footsteps. The farmer's rice was cooked in a large pot. 4 or 5 farmer women carried 3 wooden barrels. When they opened the barrels, one was filled with steaming white rice, one was filled with braised meat and cabbage, and the last was filled with tofu and vegetable soup. In fact, the people in the lower cultivation world were not very good. Meat was a bit of a luxury for ordinary people, but since the immortals at the peak of life and death had come, the village chief could not only entertain them with vegetables. Thus, the braised meat and cabbage were filled with plenty of 5-flour cured meat. When the barrels were opened, the burly villagers couldn't help but swallow their saliva at the aroma of the meat. "The food is not good. Please make do with it, immortals." The village chief's wife was a woman with large shoulders and a round waist. She was around 50 years old and her voice was very loud. When she smiled, her mouth was very wide and very refreshing. "It's all our own meat and vegetables. Please don't mind." Mo Ran hurriedly waved his hand. I don't mind. As he said this, he filled 2 bowls with rice. He first gave one to his master and then gave the other to himself. Chu Wanning looked into the barrel of vegetables and saw that the braised meat and cabbage was filled with a layer of spicy sauce. He was a little scared. However, the auntie was especially enthusiastic about him. She gave him a big spoonful of hot and spicy soup and picked up several pieces of fragrant and red meat. For the people of Shu who could eat spicy food, it was naturally very delicious. However, for Chu Wanning, eating this bowl would probably take his life. However, it was not good to reject the enthusiasm of the villagers. Chu Wanning was frozen when suddenly, a hand reached over and passed the other bowl to him. That bowl was filled with tofu and vegetable soup. Although it was a little bland, Chu Wanning liked it. "Change with me," Mo Ran said. "It's not a problem. You eat your food." Chu Wanning did not take it. When the auntie saw this, she was a little stunned. After a while, she reacted and patted her head. "Aya, could it be that this immortal can't eat spicy food?" Chu Wanning saw that she was guilty and said, "No, I can eat a little." As he said this, he picked up a handful of rice and put it into his mouth. After a few moments of silence, they saw Chu Wanning's face become redder and redder in front of everyone's eyes. The taut lines on his face also slightly trembled. Finally, cough, 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 cough. He coughed earth-shatteringly. Who said that in this world, the only things that could not be endured were love, poverty, and sneezing? There was still chili. In the end, Chu Wanning had overestimated herself and underestimated Chao Tianjiao. In an instant, she was choked until her face turned red and she could not speak. The surrounding farmers were stunned. The children were not sensible. They hid behind the adults and giggled. The adults patted them on the head. Mo Ran quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks and poured another bowl of soup for him. Chu Wanning drank the soup and finally felt better. However, when hot food met spicy food, it would only make the tip of his tongue more uncomfortable. He raised his head and his face was already red. The corners of his eyes were watery. He looked at Mo Ran with teary eyes and said hoarsely, "More, more." Chu Wanning clearly said that he wanted another bowl of soup. However, Mo Ran was burned by those eyes and that face that was like a child sleeping in spring. He could not help but turn away. For a moment, he seemed to see the man lying under him in his previous life. Under the urging of the aphrodisiac and desire, he gasped for breath and opened his unfocused eyes. His body trembled slightly. His moist lips slightly opened and closed. His voice was hoarse and he could not stop moaning, "I beg you more." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.